Thank you, everyone, for joining us this evening. Tonight is the Equity and Student Achievement Meeting for the district, June 14th of 2022. We want to thank the viewing audience for their patience. There's some traffic out there, so everyone is here safe and sound, and we are looking forward to engaging you this evening. I'm going to get started and open the meeting at this time. To my knowledge, we do not have any speakers or comments.
Correct.
Okay. And at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the minutes from the May 17th Equity and Student Achievement meeting.
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. And Charisma, will that be something that's going to come up on the
I can take it.
piece, or just take it
manually.
verbally?
Yeah,
Thank you for that. Now for the exciting part here. We have some special guests joining us this evening. I want to start by thanking Commissioner LeBron first and foremost for this first presentation, and I'd actually like to have her introduce this group of students and have them come on up. I'm going to turn the mic over to Commissioner LeBron for a moment.
And thank you to Commissioner Simmons for allowing the students to be on the ESA agenda tonight. And so I just want to say, as the liaison for Monroe, I had a group of students reach out and ask me to come and hear their presentation, and it was an excellent presentation. And I said to them, you should be presenting to the board and to the community, and I'm going to figure out how to get you to be here, especially before the school year ended. And I circled back about a week later and said, we're going to get a bus and bring you down here. So they've been here, and this is the Peer Tutor Club. They're called the Influential Monroenians, and I will have them go. They have a whole entire presentation for us today. And there are a number of students that could not be with us today because of regions, but our 8th graders are here to represent the Peer Tutoring Club at Monroe. So I'm going to turn it over to them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Liliana Parra Ramos. About 6 years ago, Ms. Wedgwood began to oversee the Peer Tutor Club. This club was intended to provide assistance to students with information on how to move up to high school. The goal, there was a bigger problem in math than just fractions and equations. Other issues where students were existed with more than math issues. We needed a change that helps improve students' learning environment and many other systematic problems that most students talk about today. We students have researched possible solutions to some of these issues that our district and community are facing. With your help, change can become real. We have put together a presentation to show some of our ideas and solutions to support our change.
Parents and teachers need to communicate with each other. An app, Hija, allows you to post work, videos, and set meeting dates, and private lessons with students. Communication with kids and parents is mandatory.
How about a community fair in a park with student bands playing and adults asked to bring a dish type thing? This should be done with all schools in the district at one location. This would be a great way for schools to interact at one time. Therefore, parents, teachers, and administrators can interact all at once. Doing this in both April and September while the weather is nice would be a great start.
Yes, and you're right. That would be a great idea. We could have simple, fun things to do, maybe even face painting. We can paint little kids' faces. We can ask school gym teachers to set up games such as baseball or volleyball areas for those who would want to play. Team teachers can help set up teams. Peer tutors can set up a booth to talk with students, teachers who might be interested in setting up the program in their own school.
Two teachers in the classroom can not only help engage young children as problems and activities are getting taught, but also build a better learning environment and classes will run more smoothly. This will also help us with disruption in student-to-teacher ratio. By doing, students will understand with their learning and be more successful.
Sometimes older teachers find it difficult to relate to students. Younger staffs and college volunteers come out to help our students and help create positive and better relationships in the school community. If money's the problem, then we can have college volunteers, parent volunteers, or even community volunteers to come and help out in classrooms.
Our voice. We would like to work together on combating travesties and knock each one out of the ballpark. Our voices are important. We need our leaders to walk the talk. Our leaders advocate for more student voice, yet we have never been approached. Closed mouths don't get fed. Our district needs student advocates. We would like to start a chain.
What we deserve. Closed school community, safe classrooms, free disruptions, dedicated and invested teachers.
Parents should come to school and talk to the teachers about what their kids are doing in other classes. There needs to be multiple ways parents can frequently contact and discuss their children. Parent involvement is very important. We need more parents to be involved in this movement. We are in this together, and no, we can't do this alone without your help.
Let's do this together. We would like to be the voice of our community, but we cannot do this alone. Our district leaders cannot do this alone. It takes a village, it takes a community, it takes a dream to spark the start of a new and better world. And that world for today and tomorrow is our schools, our children, our community, our future. The paratutors have dedicated their time, energy, and resources to helping students over the last 6 years. The paratutors have helped influence students to strive to do better and take their education more seriously. Some paratutors help teach in class for more one-on-one support. For that reason, the paratutors would like to be the voice of this district. We would like to thank Ms. LeBron for this opportunity by making her an honorary member of the Paratutor Club.
Was that the end of the presentation? Wonderful, wonderful presentation. Let's give them another hand. I want to make sure that I acknowledge you properly, the Monrovians, Monrovians. Say it. Help me out. What is it? Say your name, you say it proud, because you just represented, so we need to hear you right. Monrovians, okay, wonderful. I just wanted to acknowledge that wonderful presentation and our students standing here before all of us in this room and letting us know what our call to action is. And I want to honor that. And what I heard in this presentation is that parents, teachers, students need to come together to make things happen. And if we're serious about student voice, we need to make that the center of what we're doing. And hopefully today was a start. I want to open up the dais briefly just for, I feel like my voice is echoing, just to hear some comments from other board members, and then we'll close out. So give us one more moment.
I was trying to leave it open for others because I've already spoken to them, but let me just thank you for presenting to us. And you all know what I said to you. You know, come back into our community, run for school board, come and teach in our district. You've identified yourselves as leaders now. And when you're a leader to whom much is given, much is required. And you've been given a lot. I've said to you, you're geniuses. Bring that genius back into our community. I know some of you, as you go to graduate from high school and go on to college or other kind of secondary education, all of you may not come back to Rochester, but I'd like some of you to come back and continue this work that we need to have done on behalf of our community. Thank you all so very much.
I just, want to thank you all. I know you've practiced very hard for this, and see, wasn't that bad, right? Y'all did it, so y'all should feel very proud of yourselves. But before you go, so one, I will be following up with you. You all know who I am now, and you will see me at your school regularly, but also if something comes up before now and other opportunities, feel free to reach out. And if you all could just very quickly just give your names, please, so that the community knows who they all heard from tonight as part of the peer tutoring group. And shout out to the older students who are taking Regents today who couldn't be here, but thank you all for stepping up and representing. So if you all could take the mic real quick and just pass and give your names, thank you.
I'm Liliana Pyatt Ramos.
I'm Louis Campbell.
I'm Anaya Peterson.
I'm Lanija Rivera.
I'm Desire Butler.
I'm Kyani Lita Robinson.
I'm Karai Bradwell.
I'm Stephen Scott.
I'm Nerea Lott.
And then very quickly, I just want to thank your teachers and give a shout out to Miss Angela, who unfortunately couldn't join us today, but I do want to thank your other teacher who was able to join us today for bringing you. So thank you so much.
Also, Vice President LeBron, just thank Principal Muhammad, who leads Monroe. So just a shout out to, oh, this is lower. Excuse me.
Lower, it's okay.
Franklin Upper and Lower, if you remember the other day. Madam Superintendent, yeah. So to Wakili Moore, Principal Moore, we want to give him thanks as well. And we know that he has a passion for you as well. So his heart is with you all too. So just a shout out to him.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
Okay, we're going to move forward with the agenda. Back in March, quite a few of us commissioners made our way to RIT to watch a robotics competition. There's a lot of hidden gems that take place here in the district that are not always lifted, and this was just phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. And as we visited, many of us had great conversations, and I was able to connect with Mr. Dixon, DeTwan Dixon, who was we're alum from the same school, Wilson. I'm going to shout him out, Wilson Magnet High School, you know, okay? And we were very excited, and he agreed to bring part of that program and just talk about what the robotics program is and how the history here for the district. So at this time, I would like to have Mr. Dixon and the Robotics Xcast competition folks come on up. And he is joined today by Jan Endley. I hope I said her name right. Please feel free to approach.
I'm hearing people are having issues.
It's okay, we'll just know it. I'm Kiara Richmond.
I'm Kung Shu.
I'm Liliana Davis.
And I'm Vicki Robertson.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Now that you've met the team that came up here to help us with the presentation, a little bit about myself. I graduated from Wilson, went on to RIT. Afterwards, they asked me if I wanted to come back and help out a program from my old school, the Xcast. I wasn't a part of it when I was at Wilson, but I said, of course, I will come back and help out for a few years. 19 years later, I'm still helping out the program. Absolutely love these kids. We have this motto that we stand by. It says, we build people, not just robots, and we truly mean it. A lot of times people come up to us and they say, oh, you're the robot guy. I'm like, I'm the guy that builds people. That's who I want to be known as, and that's what we're really about with this program. We build people, not just robots, and we're engineering futures. So we have some facts. We were founded in '92. We have a 100% graduation rate. We won tons of awards throughout the years. And just recently, we competed at the Buckeye Regionals. We're in the quarterfinalists. It was absolutely amazing. We got ravaged by the pandemic, so we lost a lot of our members. So we decided to reach out to what we call Little Wilson to recruit 7th and 8th graders as well. So we had this huge team, and we didn't know how things were going to pan out this year, but it turned out absolutely wonderful. All holding up to our mission of building students, not just robots. Just to let you know, one of our stories, we have lots and lots of success stories, but one of our most recent success stories, I received an email from a gentleman. He said, hi, my name is Azana. I don't know if you remember me, but I was on the team for a few years. We didn't talk a lot, but something that you said helped me get through my classes this year. He said, something that you said years ago helped me decide not to quit and to continue on with my degree. So I am happy to say that Azana graduated 3 weeks ago. I was at his graduation at RIT, and as soon as he graduated, he got flooded with tons of job offers. He is now working at Meta, which is Facebook. So he had an incredible salary. Things are going great for the student. That's just one of our many, many, many success stories. I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Daquan. Actually, I want to hand it over to the students. So we've got a few students who are here today. My name is Jan Enderly, as I mentioned before. I've been on the Xcast. I started out on the Xcast, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about the history, but I want to take a minute and just say that I had a daughter who graduated from Wilson in 2019. She was an Xcat, and she's now at University of New Hampshire studying ocean engineering. I have a son who graduated from Wilson. He was also an Xcat, and he is now at RIT studying mechanical engineering with an aerospace minor. What I didn't realize is to get into the program with an aerospace minor is pretty competitive. Not a lot of kids get into that particular program. He got in. Xcats, I'm sure, was a huge part of being part of robotics, how he got to where he is now. So with that, I want to hand things over to...
Hi guys, hi. Okay, like I said, I'm Kiara Ridgway. I like to call myself a junior in progress. Yeah, it's a very nice word. Anyways, I am a backup driver for our robot, and you know, as a female backup driver or driver in general, it's a nice title. It's a nice title. You know, you don't really see female drivers in like population robotics really. So you know, yeah, you know, robotics, Xcast in general helped me really make friends and really gain my confidence and learning new things too. So it's really nice. You know, I expect myself to be a backup driver next year or driver next year.
Like I said, my name is Liliana. I'm a sophomore at Wilson, and a highlight of the season for me as our technician was a lot of it was just being able to spend a lot of close time with the robot, which helped me gain a better understanding of all the components of the robot, which I'm hoping is going to really push me forward in the upcoming years. So, yeah.
Hello, my name is Kong, and I am a soon-to-be junior. This is my first year on Xcast. Xcast has done a lot for me, from helping build my self-confidence to teach me about robots and engineering. I look forward to coming back next year and still being the main driver. I also hope that it can also help me further my knowledge in robotics and engineering and just be a better person in general.
So some fast facts about Xcast. Xcasts are actually kind of a big deal in the FIRST community. I don't know if everybody knows, but Xcast from Rochester, New York is one of the founding teams of FIRST Robotics. We partnered Xerox, I'm an engineer at Xerox, and we partnered with Wilson that very first year back in 1992. So like I said, I'll talk about the history a little bit. But about our team, so we're 40 students. That's active students on the team. We actually started out with a roster of 65 when we were recruiting, but it's not uncommon for kids to show interest and then realize about the commitment and sports and things like that that might, kind of interfere. So we had a huge team this year. We had 40 students. I added up all of the student hours that were spent at robotics, at meetings, on Saturdays, on Wednesdays, on Mondays, on all of the other hours that students were there. There were 2,300 student hours spent on the Xcats among these 40 students outside the classroom, outside the normal school day, right? These kids are committed. And that's only up until we called the robot built, and then there were the student hours that these particular students and others that were involved in the drives team and in scouting and supporting the pit, preparing for competition and in competition itself. So I don't know if you know of any other program that will take 40 students and have them give another 2,300 hours of their own personal time to this sort of thing, right? It's not a small thing. Our student attendance rate, we pulled the numbers, is 96, 97%. We have this year 10 graduating seniors. You see them up on the slides. Of them, they are all going to college, all but one, which I wasn't able to confirm. I think he is, but I didn't get that answer back. So they're all college bound. 5 of our graduates are National Honor Scholars. 6 of our students got special scholarships and special awards at the award ceremony just a couple weeks ago. Our program, it's not cheap, right? It's $40,000 to $45,000 to run the program, including travel. We don't charge the students a penny, right? So we do that through grant writing, through fundraising, through outreach. And the students themselves do a good deal of fundraising as well. We want to make sure that they're part of getting the money that they need to be able to do this program. But we don't charge them a penny. So, Rcsd robotics history. We wanted to make sure that you know that Xcats aren't the only robotics team in town, right? And also, Wilson is not the only high school that can and will and should have a robotics team, right? So this is a little timeline of our history. So that very first year in 1992, FIRST robotics competition was founded. The founder, Dean, came in, called the Xerox CEO, and asked him if he'd be interested in founding a team. There were, I think, 26 teams that year. And the Xerox CEO called our outreach department, who said, I know just the school that we want to work with. Joseph C. Wilson is actually the founder of Xerox, right? Joseph C. Wilson Magnet High School made perfect sense for where we wanted to start. There was no question about that, right? Not long after, Team 73 from Edison formed a team. Marshall formed a team in 1999. XQ Robotics, a very strong team, joined in 2004. We had East founding a team in 2005, and they came back again a few years later. We have School Without Walls had a team for a short period there, 2007. Jefferson in 2009 formed a team, Monroe formed a team. The School for the Deaf formed a team supported by NTID in 2010. And then we have Rock City Robotics, that's Team 3838. It's an important team to know because any school that doesn't have a robotics team in their building comes into 3838's team, right? We want to talk about that a little bit more. The Shakabas East again came back with another team, and then just in 2020, the Northeast School came in, the college prep team. And down below, you can see all of the different awards and all of the different wins that the various teams have had, right? So the point of all of this is that sustained district teams are competitive and they are successful, right? So the other thing I want to share, and I want to make the board aware of, is that the city team started growing at the same time frame as the suburban teams in this, kind of journey to get more and more students involved in robotics, interested in technology through this program. So the chart on the left, the colorful chart on the left, shows the growth of city teams in the Rochester City School District, but then you see the decline of city teams and city team participation. The chart on the right shows all of the suburban teams in the area. It shows the growth of the suburban teams, and it shows the sustenance of the suburban team. A little bit of decline, but for the most part, if a suburban team founded a team, they were able to sustain it. The city has had more trouble not getting teams started, but getting teams involved and keeping teams involved, okay? So we want to talk a little bit more about that. Currently, we have 18 suburban teams to RCSD's 2. We currently have 2 teams in the district, our team and 3838, the team that I just spoke of, okay? And what we'd really like to see is to have 4 strong Rochester City teams. We love our Xcats. We feel that we're doing a great job, but we also want to be part of bringing more teams into the city and helping to get teams started and sustaining those teams, because we have no question, there is no doubt that city teams can be very, very successful in the robotics program and have the kind of impact on other students that we've had on ours. The timeline at the bottom shows a little bit. I just want to point out to the right-hand side, 2022, there's the Xerox team, there's the Rock City Robotics team, right? And then Franklin, we just lost Franklin. We've got to get Franklin back, right? The team that we lost just before that was Edison Tech. They'd been working with RIT. The team before that was the Marshall team, East High, Marshall, right? So we've got schools out there that have great potential and had some sustained teams. We'd like to get back to that point. So that's what we wanted to share on that point. So I want to turn it back over to Detuan.
All right. How can we attract more RCSD students to robotics? Actually, it's pretty easy. I've gone into the schools, I've talked to the students, and the students will flock when they know that they have the opportunities. So that is actually the easy part, is getting the students to join the team. But we have some struggles. So Rock City Robotics, as an example, the team that recruits from all the different teams, their struggle is transportation, right? We have transportation issues as well, but when you have students coming in from from a lot of different schools, it's hard to get those students back and forth. So those students sometimes will lose interest. So if we could find a way to handle those transportation costs, that would be tremendous for Team 3838. The other one, getting teams into more buildings. So Franklin had a history of success for a very long time. The students just walk right down the stairs and they could build a robot. Wilson, the school is not that big, so we don't have the opportunity to build there. So we have to get our students over to Edison. So we have our own transportation issues getting our students to Edison, but at least they will go to a place. But we need more schools that have teams that the students can just go right after school, walk right to the program, and begin. So we need to find schools like that. The other one is teachers. We need teachers support, right? So we have to start recruiting from the inside. Teachers should be compensated like the coaches do. This is a team, you put a lot of hours in, right? I'm an engineer. I don't need financial incentives to come and help the kids, but the teachers do this every day. They do this every day, and then afterwards, they come and then they volunteer with our students. So we are fortunate. We have 2 teachers who are strong and who are on board, but not every school has that. So we need some incentives to get the teachers to help these kids as they want to get into robotics. First has practices, competitions, travels, just like sports teams. They call this the sports team for the mind. So I want you to think about this just like it's a basketball team or a football team, not just a robotics team. How can the board help?
Hello. I'm Vicki Robertson. I think I know most of you guys. I introduced myself to the folks in the back because I don't know those folks anymore. I am a parent also of a graduating Wilson senior who was not an Xcat, but is going on to U of R next year. And my son was an Xcat, graduated in 2019 as well. And we were asked, how can the board help? How can we get more students into this program? Because we're so grateful that so many of you were able to come to the Finger Lakes Regional and really see the impact. I know I spoke with many of you. I spoke with somebody from the city who used to work for RCSD, and she's like, I heard about robots for all those years, And this is the first time I came, and this is amazing. So I'm so grateful that you came and that you got a chance to see how impactful this program is. So Detuan already talked a little bit about the issue of transportation and the idea, asking you to think about robotics as a sport and the same issues of sports, paying a coach, having transportation applies, whether it's getting to a competition or getting from Wilson to Edison. We have had support from the district getting from Wilson to Edison. I don't want to pretend that we haven't. That has been a tremendous help, having the buses get from Wilson to Edison. But for others, that can be a challenge. Funding, of course. You already heard we're expensive, but it's so impactful, and the travel piece is so impactful. Of course, we'd love to just have a budget line, but we realize that's probably not realistic. So what we're asking from you all and from the administration is help us find other sources. Help us connect with corporations, with philanthropies. I'm going to flash our sponsor side soon and should see how we have already done some of that. But we need your network. We need your support in finding additional funding sources. Likewise, in finding mentors. One of the key things when we want to start new teams is going to be identifying mentors. And one of the incredible strengths of Xcast is that many of our mentors are mentors of color. People like Detuan, and you can see some other pictures up there. A whole range of folks that really connect with our students, and our students have a chance to say, hey, they do that, I can do that. We all know representation really matters. And it's just, we've got to find ways to bring people in, and we could really appreciate your support for that. And then lastly, on the funding support, there's another way you can help us is with your lobbying support. Assemblyman Bronson instituted a bill a number of years ago to provide a $5,000 grant for FIRST robotics teams. It's never made it into the budget, but just this year he's got a Senate co-sponsor. That's the first time we've made it that far. And we can kind of mobilize, we can make that happen. And one of the unique things that we've asked him to do with this bill is to make Title I schools a priority. Because you could see from that chart that Jan showed, mostly the suburban teams are being able to sustain their teams. They have parents who have networks and can find support. Many of them charge their students to participate. We do not. So, or they charge them to travel. I mean, there's tremendous, wonderful teams in the suburbs. 3 of them went to champs this year in Houston. You probably saw them on the news. But they did fundraising to help the kids get there, but many of the parents had to pay for those students to travel. We can't do that. We can't expect that. We refuse to travel only with the kids that can pay. So that's where we need that kind of support, and that legislative support, lobbying support for those bills would be really appreciated. And I think,
Thank you so much. This was an awesome presentation. This was awesome.
Yeah. Let me just show you our sponsors really quick here on their next slide. We are so grateful to Xerox from the day one, and to Rcsd and everybody else up there, ESL. We have alumni that are contributing $1,000 a year to us. That's the kind of successful folk that continue to give back. So, and we have one last slide here, I think, to just say program works, and the support we need, transportation, helping us with funding, helping us with teachers and with mentors. Thank you.
Thank you. This is wonderful, and Mr. Dixon, remind me if I'm, I want to make sure I capture that right. When we spoke at the robotics piece, the history, and it was brought out tonight, the robotics here for the district was designed to introduce students of color to the STEM field. And it was impactful and it was robust at one point. And that caught my eye for sure. And the opportunity to bring that back and to the points that were made at the end of this presentation, which were, again, transportation, funding, and mentorship are what is needed to make this diverse in the Rochester City School District, beyond Wilson and among our other schools, is what I hear the message being. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. We want to thank you all. I'm not going to dominate. I forgot, I've got colleagues here. I'm going to give each person, if they have any, at least one comment to, or question, so that we can move on. We do have a very packed agenda this evening. I'll start down at the far end with Commissioner Patterson, if you have a thought or...
Yes, I also have met with the team, and I'm out there looking for donors for them and, you know, scheduling and connecting. Yep.
Thank you. Commissioner Pye?
Yeah, I've been following the progress of the robotics teams, especially when they're annually when they're down at RIT for many years, and it is quite the show. The energy that goes into collecting buttons amongst the various team members is pretty awesome too. It's a social event in and of itself, setting aside what's learned in the robotics program. So it's good to see positive energy and positive things happening in our part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
I basically just want to thank you all for this work. This is something that is above my pay grade, but I see the passion that people and students have for it. I remember attending the, was at the RIT campus event. I came late, so I saw the Edison team. I didn't see you all. And just to see the students who are involved in, you know, giving me a tour and expressing what I was looking at, you know, because they look at it from one eye, I look at it from another, and so I was just really impressed with that. But again, it's above my pay grade. But thank you so very much for what you do.
Awesome. Thank you, President Elliott. Superintendent Myers-Small, I missed you.
It's okay. Good evening, and it was certainly nice to get a refresher on this. I worked at Wilson from '94 to 2001, so very familiar, and actually participated on the coaching and support side. I'm going to check in with my colleagues just to see how they're funding and what they're doing across the county, because you were speaking about that, because I know it's important. And the other thing is, if you'll just give me a packet of information, either hard copy or electronic, get that to me, and then we can figure out, because I have people who reach out periodically to me about funding opportunities and ways that they can support our scholars. So certainly I'll be happy to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Awesome. Thank you. Vice President LeBron?
I just want to say thank you to all of you for, one, coming out here to present tonight, especially the students on a Tuesday night. And also, just continue to invite us to events, and absolutely, I hope that this presentation reaches others in the community. And certainly, we can make a request to some of our donors, like the Farish Foundation and the Community Health Foundation, which now has a focus on equity in the community, and not just health in general, physical health, but mental, social, emotional health. And I think that there's a way to make a plug for that as well. So thank you all, and thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for having them out tonight as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. Congratulations to students, first and foremost, for all your accomplishments. And I want to personally thank the students who showed me around at the competition at RIT. You were very patient with my own children, and very much appreciated. These types of programs are so essential. I want to thank Vicki, thank Ms. Enderly, thank you, Daytwan. It is always so nice to see people coming back to the district after their own kids have come through, or just alumnus coming through, or alumni coming through. And what you do for our students is so appreciated. And students, I can't say it enough. Your accomplishments are really admired, and I can't wait to see where you go with the program. And I want to help you in any way that I can as a commissioner, get the funding so that we can expand this and grow this program across our district, so more students have an opportunity to benefit from it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much again for joining us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on into the agenda. We're going to get into the business of equity and student achievement a little deeper here. We're going to go into, it looks like Superintendent, you're on for the teaching and learning updates.
No, I'll ask my colleagues to come to the front. Chief Academic Officer and our Director of Science as well.
Yes. Ms. Keelan, Shani, am I saying it right, Shani or Shani? Shani Keelan, Director of Chief Academics.
Can you hear me better now? Okay. Towards me. Is that better? All right, so this is the reading or English language arts, iReady Diagnostic Progress. As a reminder, we took this assessment in winter-ish to start, and then we just finished it up last week or about a week and a half ago for the second round. So this is new to Rochester City School District. This assessment is kindergarten through 8th grade. What this data is showing us so far is a celebration, right? So we had a couple great celebrations tonight. We got to see some of our scholars. So this adds to a celebration. What it's celebrating is 50% of our students showed the growth that was expected from the iReady progress monitoring. The other celebration that our ELA data shows is the green bar up there. The bottom is sub-assessments, different sub-assessments within the assessment on the very bottom. On the top bar, we want to continue to have much larger space of green and much smaller space of red, right? So we want less and less students to be at 2 or 3 grade levels below, which is what that indicates, and many more students above grade level or on grade level. So we moved in ELA from an 11% to a 21%. So that's a 10% increase of those students that are at or above grade level. The yellow, those in the middle that are struggling about a 1 year behind and a little bit behind, that area stayed the same from our winter. And our red, and reds with the stripes, our students that are below grade level and severely below grade level, 9% decrease, which is exactly what we want, right? We want that red to shrink, and we want those reds to become yellows and greens. This is math. So same thing in math, same kind of chart. We had, again, we met that 50% of students meeting their growth targets per diagnostic. We would like that to be even more. When we do it 3 times a year, next year in 22, 23, we will do this assessment 3 times a year, and we should see greater progress that way. In the winter, we had about 5% of students in the greens, in the 2 green bars for the winter, and then in the spring, we had 14%. So we had an increase of 9% of students becoming on grade level or above grade level. For the reds, which I indicated before, we want to see a decrease, right? right, and students in that red. And so we did. We saw 11% decrease from the winter to the spring. And so that's exactly what we want to see. We want to continue to see this trajectory. We will have a lot more students at that at or above grade level, and many, many fewer in the yellows and the reds. But even pushing reds to yellows right now is great progress. And we had a 3% of students that moved that area. We intend to bring more data, a little more disaggregated in July on iReady. So maybe by school, by grade level, so we have a little bit deeper dive into that data. That's just the brief overview as we just finished that assessment. And right before we wrap up, I know that last time we presented some data on our learning walks. I just want to let you know a few updates, right? We've done 37 more of the English Language Arts walks. Through those 37, I know there were some questions around how many classrooms did we get to at each grade level, what percentage of classrooms was that. So far we've been in 40 kindergarten classrooms, 43 first grade classrooms, 51 second grade classrooms, 29 third grade, 24 fourth grade, and 34 fifth grade. When you look at that in comparison to how many total classrooms we have at those grade levels, the totals average between 96 and 87. So we're at either a third or at least a half at almost every grade level of which classrooms we've been in so far this year for the instruction, just to check in. The data so far has started to get a little better. I know last time we talked about 28% of full implementation of our program, My View, My Vision. And as we've been continuing to do those walks in the last couple of months, we're seeing a slight increase of implementation using that actual program. But we're focusing on an intentional district-wide look at how we do those learning walks next year. And that's it for me. I'm going to just frame for science. I know Dr. Black also framed last month for you that we were in the process of finishing an RFP process for new K-5 science curriculum, and it could not describe or deliver the name just yet to you. So I'm going to ask Edel Maynard to come up, our Director of Science, and kind of share with you the process that we went through by following one of the recommendations in the academic plan, where we renew and replace old curricular and outdated materials, following policy 4511-R, which is textbook selection and adoption, and really thinking about how we did this work with having high-quality learning environments, college career readiness, exposing all students. This program, I think you'll be delighted to see, has very rich literacy, hands-on learning experience, interactive learning experiences. It empowers students to think, write, and argue like scientists and engineers, which too bad our cats left, right? This is going to be a great foundation for us, K-5 in science, I think, to really start lifting off some of that much more rigorous work in math, science, and STEM that we need in Rcsd. So without further ado, Adele, come on up.
Hi, my name's Edel Mader. I'm the Director of Science for the district. I joined the district about a year and a half ago, but I'm not new to Rochester. I grew up in Rochester, spent the first 27 years of my life in the city of Rochester, and started my teaching career. So about a year and a half ago, I had the pleasure of rejoining Rochester City School District and bringing with me my passion to bring science learning and teaching and learning to every child, K-12, as well as some national experience that I have with the new standards. So I have the honor today to present to you a proposal for a new K-5 program that will engage all of our students in a high-quality, standards-aligned program. I am going to start with the why. Why do we need a new program? And then I will move into the what have we been doing, and then the how, which is what I'm asking for your approval tonight. So as I will start addition, the state adopted a new set of science learning standards in 2016. The last time our district adopted a new elementary science program was in 2014, and it was a kind of an adoption in 2014. So 2016, the state of New York adopted a new set of standards, and on the screen right there, you will see some of the shifts that go with that new learning that's required of those new standards. Just kind of highlighting a couple. There needs to be real-world interconnection. The second one, in addition to having disciplinary core ideas or science facts, equally as important are two other dimensions, we call them. One of those dimensions are science and engineering practices. There's a total of 8 of those. They start in kindergarten and they grow in complexity and sophistication through grade 12. The third part of every standard in the aligned curriculum are what's called cross-cutting concepts. Those are lenses that scientists would use to approach new and novel situations. Things like patterns, cause, and effect. Total of 7 of those. Once again, they start in kindergarten and they grow in complexity and sophistication through grade 12. So it's science into the elementary years really is our foundation that's needed. The third shift, or some people call them innovation, is that they build coherently from grades K through 12. And I did link progression matrices that show exactly how they progress as a reference for you. In addition to that, there's engineering. So it's science and engineering components. So when we talk about STEM careers and preparing our students for STEM careers and having those STEM opportunities, those science and engineering practices are a part of that. So a deeper understanding, so it's no longer the way we learn science, which is a lot of facts. It actually has a deeper learning where students keep adding layers and layers of understanding if we're doing this correctly. The engineering component again, and then the ELA, as Shane mentioned, the ELA and the math, intentional connections, intentional leveraging of those connections for our students. So the next screen, I know Shane grounded us, and our work has been grounded in these 3 principles, by putting the science spin on it, that every child in Rochester City School District deserves to engage with grade level science content as often as we can. Once again, there are grade level standards K through 5. The second of which, our students must engage in high quality, culturally responsive science experiences where they're affirmed, seen, and valued. And then finally is that we have an obligation to provide equitable experiences to every child in science as well as the other content areas across the district that are not dependent on where they live or go to school. So that's our why. So what are we doing about this? What have we been doing all year? In September, we formed a selection committee. Last year when I first came, we had a leadership committee, and from that, we grew into a K-5 curricular selection committee. And we reached out to all of the buildings. We reached out through Leadership Link as one of our tools, and we developed a committee. And we wanted to make sure that we had a representation for all of the needs of our students. On the next slide, you'll see we started with a vision. What should K-5 science education look like in our district? And we used the vision from the team as well as other surveys we had done previously, as well as from the leadership committee from the year before. And on the screen, you're going to see the basic areas of that vision. So I'll just highlight a couple of these, but obviously you can read those, as well as there's a link to where we broke that criteria down even further for your review. We then started our process. It was a 3-phase process, and we started with the request for proposals, where our criteria that we put in that proposal were those that I just shared with you. So our vision became our criteria, became the way that we reviewed the different programs. So we put that request for proposals out. 9 vendors submitted. We went through phases. Our first phase, we were able to narrow it down to 6. Our second phase, we had 3 that made it through the third phase. And then by our final phase, it was unanimous from every stakeholder, people on our committee as well as community members that were able to join us, that Amplify Science should be our K-5 program for elementary science. So I'm not going to read all of these, but I'll give you a moment to do that. These are just some of the many quotes that people made at the end of that review.
There is a link to a video, which I won't take the time now to show you, but there is a link to the video. Also, if you wanted to, you know, if all you have to do is research Amplify Science, and there's a lot of videos out there, and I can always provide you with more if you're interested. So a couple more things about Amplify before I move on. Right now, 69 districts across New York State, including New York City, Brighton, Syracuse, West and East Irondequoit. There's a lot of different New York State schools, which is good for the sciences because the science is built on the next generation science standards. New York added some additional. So Amplify has added in response to New York's specific needs for that. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and I know Dr. Black has mentioned Ed Reports to you. Ed Reports does a thorough review with an equipped rubric. And Amplify is the only elementary program that they've actually passed in that process. So there's a cost. And on the screen right now, what is included in that cost? Financial cost. There's another cost for not doing this, obviously. Interactive classroom student licenses, teacher licenses, interactive notebooks, teacher guides, hands-on materials, and kits. The upfront cost of that is costly. But once we have the kits, you know, once we start with the program, those kits will remain in the classrooms and they'll be able to be reused with some minor supplemental materials added. And then 15 hours of professional learning. The cost for 5 years is $3.068. That cost, what we've earmarked right now with your approval, is that it would be from the ARP funds, would be $1.7 million, and the remainder from the K-6 textbook funds, as well as the science budget that's already been placed in there. So implementation plan, we do have a plan. Once again, we are waiting for your approval before we go too far in this, but we do have a basic plan. Part of that plan is having grade level experts in each one of our buildings. And we've been working with Jeff Michaels with that in the Title II funds to have a grade level expert in each building that will meet and get some basic training in the summer. And then each month they'll meet again and we'll do some turnkey training and then also training in their building. In addition, science representatives, they're going to be instrumental to you, instrumental to us, instrumental to really the communication piece, and I'm super excited about that, because what they will do is they'll go to each one of those grade level experts, and they're going to say, you know, how's it going? When did you meet? What do you learn? What is your big picture type of feedback? And then they're going to compile that into reports that any of us can access anytime. And then they're also going to meet, for that third hour, they're going to meet back as a team with me and the teacher on assignment, and they're going to, you know, what is our next step as a district. So to kind of bring that communication full circle and to continue to revise and lay down the plan that we will follow. We also are honored to have a teacher on assignment for science specifically, and the goal for that person will really be to get into buildings all of the time, giving teachers support. You know, it might be facilitating a lesson together, it might be pulling out materials, et cetera. So they'll be an extension of the department. And then obviously making updates on the district website, parent and community information and participation is key. We know that, and we will be addressing that as the learning goes on. That's important too because it is a new type of learning for our children, and we know that parents are an important piece of that. So moving on, as far as the cost, I was asked the cost for the Title II because it is an additional cost onto the basic purchase of that, and it is $227,000 for that upfront. But what we have is not just the implementation of a new program, we have new learning. It's a brand new way of teaching, brand new way of learning, and we really do, if we're going to do this right, we really do need to have the teachers understanding that and feeling it and working with the students and together to support. So the monitoring part is also very important. We recognize that. The grade level experts will be key in that, and the fact that that's going to be the open communication between us and them, as well as the building representatives. They'll be communicating back and forth to their principals. And the data on that shared document that I mentioned before, Amplify can submit usage reports. We're going to have as many classroom visits as humanly possible.
walkthroughs, visits to the classrooms, knowing when in their schedule they're teaching science and visiting during those times. And then the review of student work and some formative assessments. So we're working closely with the technology department to make sure all of the interfaces work. And they met yesterday with the team from Amplify, and it was like they're best friends already. But they really were talking the same language, and we were going to work on how can we collect some student work to determine how this is progressing. So at the end, I just want to close because they said, the students this morning said something that I thought was so appropriate, or the students this afternoon, that I just think really helped frame this when they shared our schools, our children, our community, our future, and students learn by doing. So I just wanted to end with that.
Thank you.
And then if there's any questions.
Of course. I think I'm going to start from this end. Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation today. Oops, there seems to be some feedback. Okay. Okay. So we see that the cost over the course of 5 years was the $3 million. Is that how long we anticipate the rollout to be complete? Is within 5 years?
Not necessarily the rollout to be complete, but that is the time that we would expect to come back and review, like an entire program review again.
Okay. And I think that this is more a question to administration in general, not necessarily for you, but as we roll out new curriculum, I think I want to emphasize just what I think a lot of parents are concerned about, and a lot of board members as well, the need to maybe restructure our district in a manner so that this type of curriculum rollout can be successful. Is this compatible currently with our boutique style offerings that we have currently from school to school? And we want to make sure that it's successful. I love the idea of this program, and it's wonderful. So I'm anxious to make sure that it is properly rolled out and compatible with our current programming. And if not, how do we restructure to make sure that this is successful? So thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple, were you going to respond to that? Go ahead.
Just in thinking about, really, we've been thinking about that a lot as a team, the whole team, about everything that we do really needs to filter all the way down through the organization so it gets to students, right? And so we want full implementation to happen so students receive the end product, which is really great instruction from a really great program. But it takes all of us, right? So myself working with the chiefs of school leadership, with principals, assistant principals, teachers on assignment, and teachers. And that's why so much money was put into that piece of Title II and how do we train folks in order to do the work, to build that capacity and sustainability over time. Full implementation will probably be in that first 3 years, but then we'll continue to monitor and assess and see the progress. And just to make a quick mention, this was really the most fiscally responsible. A 1 year was like $2.2 million for a 1 year adoption. And so, and the 3 year adoption was actually more than the 5 year adoption. So that's why we put forward the 5 year adoption for you.
One last. Okay, one last. Sorry. This was actually for, and I'm so sorry, I don't know how to say your name.
Shaney.
Shaney, okay. Your last name though.
Keelan.
Keelan, okay. Thank you. It's nice to meet you.
You too.
I think in terms of the iReady, I know we had a different presentation on our screen, but there's some slides I'd love to see on that. I think it would be really helpful just for me as a board member if there's some instruction that we could get on iReady. I know I'm a high school teacher, so I'm not as familiar with that elementary programming.
We can set up a board work session on that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I believe Charisma has the slides.
Okay, and I know Dr. Black had a kickoff earlier this year, a few months ago. Some of us, I intended to go and I was not able to make it, so that would be awesome. And you touched on a few things, the timeline for the curriculum rollout. That was good to hear, because I do wonder about our teachers and preparedness when new things come and how prepared they are and set up for success to roll it out. And we know that there's that continued conversation about ever-changing curriculum as well, that becomes difficult. So I would like to kind of figure out how we can get a pulse on those things. And also going back to the May Teaching and Learning Updates presentation, there's slides 11 and 12, you know, the diagnostics for the iReady information came out, and the red indicated 2 grade levels below or 3 or more grade levels below. And my question would be, what are the interventions when you see these assessments come through and the children that are in the red, which unfortunately looks top heavy, what interventions are we putting in place to mitigate that?
That is as part of this year coming 22-23. iReady has some of those interventions already in place for tier 2 and tier 3. That's part of the MTSS process. And so we are working with everyone on the team really and school leadership to determine what are those decision rules, right? Where a student scores at a certain place when they go into a tier 2 intervention. What's the duration, what's the frequency, right? Is it 30 minutes a day, 3 days a week? And then when do we push a student into a tier 3 intervention? And that whole goal is that students don't stay there, right? So that we get students what they need in that intervention and they can come back. So we're still working and determining that with all of the members of the team, right? There's so many pieces that fall into that, the MTSS team and the innovation team and professional learning team. So we're still getting that ready for you, but we plan to have that ready, I believe, by August.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other questions? I'll look at your mic. Vice President LeBron.
Yeah, just in regards to the presentation, Shani, that you gave, we actually on Board Docs don't have the updated presentation. So while you were giving a presentation, would myself and perhaps others who are in the community pulling down from Board Docs, and I just want to again remind both the administration and our staff included that we by law have to present 24 hours in advance and show the public what we're going to be talking about or presenting. I don't want to be a broken record on this, but it really irks me that there was a law passed intentionally so that we can have a greater transparency and clarity as we move forward. So the only question I have, so I need that to be updated by tonight, but just being mindful of that in the future. But the only question I had is on the presentation around science. You mentioned that we hadn't had a curriculum update since 2014. And I'm just curious as to what the district has been doing since 2014 with curriculum, especially if New York State standards change and we haven't been compliant. And then I want to also uplift and highlight that there are some schools in receivership, and I know we're going to be talking about receiverships tonight, who don't have science teachers, and what the plan is for that. Because we can have the best curriculum in the world, but if we don't have actual science teachers to teach the kids, we're not going to get out of receivership for the schools that are in receivership because of science.
I have seen some of our receivership schools really doing a nice job with test prep to prepare the students for the current exam. As a side note, this is the first year, the last year we'll have a 4th grade exam based upon the old standards. Next year's 4th graders will take the new exam in grade 5. So we're a year away from that. As far as what they're doing, I put out a survey when I first came, which I believe I linked to the slides. If not, I'd be happy to share it. And it kind of asked the principals what they were using. That, based upon conversations, we're all over the place, which was part of the real need. We had some schools that were using FOSS, which one of our community members were funding. And truthfully, that's really why I felt that this was so important, as did my bosses, is that we wanted to make sure that we were providing an equitable experience so that all the students and their STEM minds can be developed, and that nobody ends up in middle school saying, I'm not good at something due to exposure. So that's really behind why we wanted to have this, so that all students had a quality experience.
President Allen?
Yes, so how will we measure that this science curriculum is effective for our students? And what are some of the offerings that our students will be participating in this new science curriculum? And why is this science curriculum important?
Thank you for that. So the new curriculum is really not just about the stuff. It's not just about the content piece. It's really about the thinking that goes with that. So can a student design and use models? Can they argue from evidence? Can they construct explanations. So there are a lot of the things that we want all students to do in all subject areas, really. And so that's really what we're going to focus in on is growth in those areas. We still have to talk about the formative assessments. Amplify does have some formative assessments. The state of New York is just starting to release some questions. They released recent, which the whole field as a whole is moving forward. We're right at the beginning. It's an exciting beginning, but there's still a lot of work to do. So therefore, there's a lot of answers that aren't out there right now. So as far as us here in Rcsd, my hope is to look at some of those other dimensions that we are really showing that critical thinking. You know, can we identify cause and effect? Those are the ones that are highlighted in the sample questions that were just released from the state, and then have some anchoring in across our district. How are our students doing? We have work to do as far as, you know, obviously we wanted to make sure we had a program, but then as far as determining progress on those, I'll just say thinking skills, we were going to have to look into that. But I do think that there's potential in some of the formative assessments that Amplify offers.
So one of the things that really is twisting my head is our warehouse where we've stored a lot of material. Anywhere from 50 million to 100 million is located in that warehouse that schools have not been using. How can you assure that we are spending the taxpayers' dollars effectively, and that we're going, whatever material that this board may approve is going to be in the classrooms? Yes. With classrooms seemingly to have the authority of what they can use, what they will use and what they will not use, my concern is if we were to spend this money, that you may have some of the classrooms not using materials. Mm-hmm. This concerns me. So how can you, as the director of science, ensure that our students are utilizing whatever material that this board is going to approve for you to purchase? That's a real concern in this district.
I totally understand the question. Learning walks, I guess, is one way, but there's also the point where we're going to have to work as a team. I know I presented to the chiefs this afternoon. Dr. Jallo spoke to them as well. So it really needs to be a team, a collaborative effort. I will go through walkthroughs. I'll be able to provide data. I can set up the comparison, like are the students growing in their understanding and their ability according to those progression matrices in each one of the 3 dimensions. So I can provide that kind of information. As far as can I go in and mandate teachers to instruct using the materials, that requires a team. That requires, you know, that requires consistent messaging. I do want to address the warehouse. And there have been many days where I come back covered in dust. It looks better. I don't know when people have been there past, but we have been trying to put some of those materials out into the secondary classrooms where they belong. I look closely at the materials that were in the kits that would come with this unit, and one of the things that, like solar panels, LED lights, like those are things that we don't have there. We do have some things like string pipe cleaners that they're going to be using, that we'll be using to replenish. But there are a lot of things that it's just very specific to the learning and the engagement of the hands-on that the students are doing. So.
And so how will we know, what are the metrics for ensuring that our students are competent, proficient in science? And we're talking about K through 5, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. How do we measure?
So the assessments, the state, once again, will be coming up with their own assessment. It's called the elementary assessment. They're going to be focusing on grades 3 through 5. With 3 through 5 on the assessment for elementary versus the K2, although that's required to build to the 3-5. They are also releasing, and we just received a memo on required investigations across New York State. This was released like a week and a half ago. In elementary, and I'll just say 5th grade, the students are going to be required to carry out these specific investigations, kind of like the Regents Living Environment and the required labs. The 5th grade students will have required investigations, as will the 8th grade students. So I've already started to work with materials, and once again, this is unusual for science because we're starting on a whole new way of teaching and learning. So I know that there's an upfront cost. I mean, it's just, but I do feel that the students, to be successful when they move on to the Regents level and beyond, they really need this. The way it's been developed, if you look at the progression matrices, is very purposeful. It's almost like you can't get to algebra if you haven't learned to add. Here, you can't get to this higher level of each of the dimensions if you haven't formed the foundation, and it was built that way. So I know there's more to your question. I guess at this point, I also know that we have a lot more work to do. I can assure you that I will be in as many buildings. I mean, I'm K-12, so we're also trying to get this in middle school. I'm trying to build capacity with our secondary teachers so that they're ready when the Regents changes in a couple of years. They're not right now. They've been very focused on the current Regents. So we have a lot of work. The state has a lot of work to do. Everyone has a lot of work to do. We as a district have a lot of work to do.
And
so I don't
this
have
will be my last question. I have some other ones, but this will be my last one. So why should we approve $3 million now?
We should approve it because the kids deserve to have an engaging, equitable, so I'll go back to the
I'm not saying that we would, I'm talking about timing now. Why now? If you all are still working out some things, why now? Why not work on this? Why not bring this to us at a later date?
Most districts, I'll just say this was standards that were adopted in New York State in 2016. We don't have time to wait. We don't have time to wait. Our current sixth graders, every exam that they take will be based on the new three-dimensional standards. In truth, I mean, we could start with fifth and sixth and fourth and work our way down if we absolutely had to because of cost. But then all the students' foundation wouldn't quite be there to be successful in those years. So it's not, and once again, this is the hard part. I've been doing this for years. I've been doing this before New York State even adopted at the national level, and I just want to, it's hard to understand in a few sentences, but there really is, it's
No, I guess what I was asking is, if you need us to approve it now for September, that's the kind of response I was asking.
Yes. Sorry.
I mean, I'm just real simple.
Sorry.
She was tricking you. We need hopefully an approval for adoption as quickly as possible so we can put orders in, so we can get materials in hand and start building capacity of our teachers on assignment, our leadership team throughout the district, and make sure principals and assistant principals can get their hands on it. Because all of those folks are going to have to help lift the work in the buildings. We'll all be there as a support, guiding hand by hand, side by side, but everybody needs to be like kind of front and center in order to make a full implementation happen.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question initially.
I appreciate this. Commissioner Powell, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So you did the RFPs back in December of 2021. That was about the time that the administration is pulling together the budget for this, for the 22-23 fiscal year. Notwithstanding that you don't have any candidates or publishers to choose from at that point, were you offered an opportunity to input into the budget? How do you know that the funds are there for the 22-23 year for textbook adoption?
Do you want to answer that?
You spoke with Vern today, right?
I did speak with Vern today. Dr. Black and I have been talking right from the beginning. I mean, I move with her direction and support. And so we have been talking about the budget. When we put together the budget proposal, I estimated an average cost, which was, at that time, it was like 1.9 for a year. In addition to that, we've been talking about the ARP funds and the opportunity that we have to, as a startup, for this program. So materials cost money, resources. As far as the curriculum itself, I mean, as I said, I feel strongly. Will it get better over time? Absolutely. Because, and we've already had those conversations, which we're going to benefit from anyway.
Sorry, will what get better over time? I don't understand what you're saying.
So there may be some learning experiences as the teachers provide feedback, because all the programs are new, because the standards are new. So if the teachers provide feedback and then Amplify says, well, next year we're going to add in a lesson, our students benefit from that. We've paid for that to kind of progress with them if they happen to improve something in their program.
So we're not just buying a textbook adoption, we're essentially bringing a service agreement in with.
Correct.
Okay, that really wasn't my questions. My question is about what kind of forward thinking was done. You know that we're trying to craft a long-term financial planning policy that would essentially direct the textbook adoption committees to begin inputting into the budget process as early as possible. Now, I know that the state provides a certain amount of funding per pupil for textbooks specifically. Is that the pot of money you're going after, whether you had direct input into the budget for 22, 23 or not?
Yeah, I can reach back and get all the specific details for you. However, from my understanding and communicating with Dr. Black, there has been textbook money set aside for this, for 22, 23. There's science money in the science fund and also art funds that have been set aside now to kind of build a comprehensive, and the Title II is going to help support the professional learning and build capacity and sustainability. So to answer your question, I believe all of that was a foresight, not a hindsight, but I can get back to you with all the details on that.
Commissioner Powell, we did, when we were building aspects of the long-range plan, we did incorporate the curriculum piece in there, knowing that the science was on the horizon and that this would be coming in a couple of months.
Okay. Awesome. So in terms of the implementation, you do have $3 million over 5 years. So how did you propose the spending? Did you propose adopting one grade level per year for the next 5 years? Did you propose applying the new curriculum to certain schools, and then, you know, with packages each year of the same product?
Yeah, so the price there is for K-5 complete full implementation. However, as a team, once we have an adoption of the program, then we really mesh out all the details of implementation. We have been thinking about a multitude of ways, right? Phasing in a set of schools every year. We've been thinking about phasing in, there's about 3 units per grade level. And so in year 1, what would the expectation be? Would it be 1, 2, or 3 of those units in order to get things really on a solid ground? So we have a couple models there we're thinking about in that 5-year implementation. We can send you a document for further, you know, looking for yourself to check it out and see. But really, this dollar amount, the price point is for K-5 full implementation.
So we'd pay for the whole thing up front and then implement based on what ability to train up the teachers on this package?
Right, and then we have Title II funding set aside, additional money on top of that $3,068,000 to do the capacity building of the teachers on assignment, and 1 science person per grade level at each building is really what Adele has started building a team around to do that learning, teaching and learning of the adults so they can do the teaching and learning of the scholars.
Okay.
So my only concern.
So this will be the last question, and then I'll move on to Commissioner Patterson. But go ahead with that final question.
Yeah, trying to tie a bow around it.
It's no problem. Go ahead.
So if I heard you right, you're talking about a full 100% purchase of the package from Amplify in 22-23, and then the implementation is going to happen over a period of multiple years. And in the meantime, the materials will sit on a shelf. What happens with materials while we're gearing up?
Well, like I said, the implementation plan, the first 3 years is going to be like the first 3 full years implementation. Year 4 and 5 is to build that sustainability and capacity and continue to assess the program. I don't think anything is going to be sitting anywhere. I think people are going to be hungry once they realize the depth and the rigor and the richness of this program, of what it's going to do for not only science, but literacy, math, and the STEM. I think once we have a really good implementation plan and folks dig in, we'll get things out in the buildings, and we're going to be there elbow to elbow with them. we want this to be successful, so we want to do whatever it takes to give teachers what they need. Somebody else asked a question earlier. Whatever they need in order to be able to be successful, we want to be able to support that.
I would look forward to a timeline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And would it be, Commissioner Powell, your thoughts, you thinking, would it be okay if, I like the idea of you also submitting the information regarding the model, so I'm not asking if it's okay, but are you okay with that? Will that help you with some of the additional questions you might have had to see the models that they were presenting, things of that nature?
If it's not a settled matter, whatever the courses of action that you're contemplating, I'd like to see them laid out. If it's a settled matter, and by the time you get materials to us, just deliver to us what you have.
Okay. So is that something you're still working through?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Would love the models. Commissioner Patterson, did you have any questions?
I do, thank you. First of all, thank you for introducing yourself. I know there's some new employees in the building, and it's very kind when you tell us who you are and introduce yourself, so thank you for that. Thank you for the hard work that you're doing, and I am in support of, this new curriculum that you're bringing in. That being said, I do have some concerns. With regard to the $3 million, which, if I understood correctly, it's really $5 million. Is there another $2 million that you mentioned that wasn't on the PowerPoints?
No, 200,000 for professional learning for
5 years.
The adults,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, I heard three things at once, so Superintendent, I'll let you answer that question, I guess.
No, they said 5 years for implementation.
Right. Okay, so 5 years for implementation. So I'm not a mathematician, all right? So I'm not a finance person. So explain to me, so our audience can understand also, because like I said, I heard a couple different things. So clarify it for me in layman's terms, either one of you, relative to the 3 million, and then there was 200,000 or something like that mentioned? All right, so, and explain to me, at this point in time, we just passed the budget, why wasn't all that in the budget? Why are you coming to us now with this, and why wasn't it explained in the initial budget before we voted on it?
Can I start with the first question and
Sure.
defer to someone else for the second part? So the first part is that the program itself was the 3 million. That's the program, that's the Amplify program. The other number that you heard, the one that I was mentioning, the 222, that's to pay
222 what?
thousand.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. At the highest, I mean, that's, what that is set aside for is to build the capacity of the teachers, to have grade level experts in each of our buildings, to pay them to come in for 6 hours a summer, to learn about the Amplify program so that they can turnkey that within their building. The remainder of that is for monthly meetings where they'll meet with me, they'll meet with the vendor, they'll meet with the TOA, an hour of new learning. The second hour will be for developing together a turnkey training for their building, and then the third hour would be for them to work with their principals and to actually turnkey that in-house. And they'd only be paid if they did that piece. So it's connected to making sure it's a successful rollout, but it's actually, we have the part for the program itself, and then the part to pay the teachers is to make sure that it's successful and that it's actually implemented. Does that help?
Yes, it does, somewhat. Explain to me the 1.9 million you mentioned that was initially.
So when I first put in, working with Dr. Black, a projection of what I thought that it would be to bring in a program for the budget. So this was many months ago. That was when I said, we need a new program. Here's a ballpark estimate based upon other programs for a year. And so that was just a number so that we could, as we're working on the budget for this year, so that we could bring that number forward.
Okay, and that was per year, right, that 1.9?
Yeah, so
Okay.
that was in the budget, from what I'm understanding.
Right.
ESA and Dr. Black, and that was estimated on a one-year implementation, and so we have to add to that a little bit with ARP money now to get a 5-year for the 3 million. Does that help clarify? Okay.
Yep.
Commissioner Patterson, I just want to follow up. It is in the budget, but the board has to approve the expenditure of the money. Anything over 35,000, you have to approve.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, I spoke to Dr. Black relative to this also, and going into the distribution center and taking a look around and what we have there. The new buzzword is technological competence. So why aren't we, to save money, if it is a savings, and this new generation learning through electronics, why aren't we switching to books that are on their Chromebooks? Why are we still having paperback books? I know some kids, yes, we need a few so they learn that way. They're not able to learn possibly by computer, but I myself order books online. Why aren't we switching to something like that where our students might engage them more?
Yeah, I can only specifically talk about the RISE Center portion of the warehouse.
The what center? I couldn't hear you.
It's called the RISE. It was two directors before. They had actually 3 full-time people. They had developed, they put together kits, they put those in. But not the actual textbooks, but the RISE Center are the physical materials that are on the one side of the warehouse. I don't know if somebody else wants to talk about the
Well, excuse me. I'm going to let you finish, and then what we're going to do after this is we're going to just kind of bring it back to the topic so that we're on track with the topic, and so we'll let you finish up with that response.
Yeah, just wanted to share too, they're interactive student classroom licenses, so there are interactive digital pieces to the curriculum, also with the teacher licenses, right? It's digital, it's interactive. There also are a lot of hands-on, right, kits and science kits that students are actually doing and investigating and creating. So it's dual, along with interactive notebooks that they record, right? So if they're doing an observation or they're building something, they're recording their science practices and engineering practices.
Yep. But you're still predominantly investing in a textbook though, right?
This is not a hardcover student textbook.
It's not really a textbook, it's an interactive notebook. It's
Okay.
like a scientist notebook, it has pieces. The one thing too is like there are opportunities where students can do things online and then also the hard copy. So there's some, especially the younger years, they'll probably do more on their interactive physical notebook.
Okay. I want to thank you for your presentation this evening. What I do want to say to board commissioners is that we do have not board docs, but the board log that we can submit additional questions. I encourage additional conversation. I know I'll be having some. And I do want to also acknowledge this evening that this particular schedule is very packed, and that's not to no one's fault, except my own as the committee chair. So I want to acknowledge that we have a heavy agenda, and we have 2 other items that are also going to bring us into some robust conversation. So with respect to that, thank you for your presentation. I don't mean to cut anyone short, but I do want to allow for this agenda. We are going to be here all night. So we're moving into the portion of this agenda this evening where we have the chief of schools that are going to come to us and talk about the receivership and school comprehensive education plans. So we're going to ask you all to come up and present that information. As they make their way to the front, I also want to put out here that we'll probably, well, what I will do is we're going to do 2 questions each person, and then anything beyond that will go into board docs. And as we move forward, when we're having this particular committee, I want to make sure that I manage this schedule in a way that allows for the conversations as they deserve to be. So thank you as you all come on up. School chiefs, receivership, and school comprehensive education plan information.
Good evening, President Elliott, Vice President LeBron, board commissioners, and community members that are currently watching. My name is LaJuan White, and I am one of the chief of schools. And tonight we're going to spend some time introducing and talking about school accountability. Let's just see where we are. As you may have heard, the accountability standards is ESA. ESA known as Every Student Succeeds Act, which was formerly known as No Child Left Behind. This is the main federal law for K-12 public education, and the purpose of ESA is to ensure that all our children get a quality education. And the ESA law requires that states hold public schools accountable for how students achieve. Tonight, we're going to share some information about the various accountability designations, the metrics that are used to determine the designations. We'll discuss receivership, and we will also share the specific designations for our Rcsd schools and information around the processes used for school improvement. So as we're looking at the accountability standards, they are classified in different categories. So if we can just go back. The categories that the schools are classified in is a school in good standing. We have schools that are targeted support and improvement, which are known as TSI schools. You have CSI schools, which are comprehensive support and improvement schools. And then we have CSI schools, also known as receivership schools. So just to briefly break down these metrics here, as far as the good standings, pretty much speaks for itself. A school that's in good standing are meeting the metrics. A school that is a TSI school, that can be a school that is identified with one or more student subgroups that are performing at a level 1 on a combination of indicators. And when we get to the next slide, we'll speak to the various indicators that are referenced. Then you have a comprehensive support school, improvement school, and that school is a school that would be in the bottom 5% of Title I schools across the state for all students. And then when we get to our receivership schools, there are multiple accountability metrics that are not being met, and that's over a period of 5 years or more. And that school would be labeled as struggling or persistently struggling school. If we can move on to the... So as you see there, the accountability subgroups are listed. There are 9 student subgroups for which a school can be identified. But before a school is identified, if you see on the bottom bullet, a school would need 30 student results over 2 years to be accountable for a specific student subgroup. So you see the 9 subgroups that are listed there: Asian, African American, Hispanic, multiracial, Native American, white, English language learners or multi-language learners, low-income students, and students with disabilities. So these, from this, create what are called demonstrable improvement indicators and metrics that schools will have to meet. And I'm going to pass it on to Chief Peluso.
Thank you, Chief White. So as Lawan was saying, the accountability subgroups for CSI and TSI are based on indicators of success from the schools. So schools are measured on composite performance, how students do in ELA, math, and science in the elementary schools, academic progress, progress on state assessments related to long-term goals or what they call MIPS, measures of improvement. There's student growth in elementary schools in grades 4 through 8 compared to students that scored similarly the year before. And then there's English language proficiency, how students have progressed on the New York State English as a secondary language achievement test. And then chronic absenteeism, how many students are 10% or more absent, right? And then for the secondary schools, it's very similar, except you take out student growth, and then you add graduation rate and college, career, and civic readiness. So once all of these students are scored, the state has a criteria that if you score level 1 in a few of these categories, in all students, you're identified as CSI. If you fall into these categories, this category in any one subgroup that are up there, that would identify you as a TSI school. Go to the next slide. So where do we stand as a district? This just kind of gives you a sense, we have 14 schools that are currently in good standing. We have 13 schools that have been identified as TSI, so that means they did not meet those metrics on one or more subgroups. Our CSI schools would be in, they didn't meet those metrics or indicators for all students, and then our CSI receivership are schools that have been in an accountability measure where they haven't met indicators for 5 or more years. So 3 years, every 3 years accountability is reviewed, plus another 2 that following year.
Good evening, Commissioners. So I'm going to talk to you about a little bit more, or go a little bit more in detail in regards to what receivership actually means. The metrics are based off of the low achieving subgroups as Chief White and Chief Peluso identified. So if a student, or excuse me, if subgroups in multiple areas are failing to meet state and federal regulations, or state and federal guidelines, over 5 years, they then fall into this receivership group. So the way receivership is monitored, we have what we call demonstrable indicators. These demonstrable indicators are based off of the ESA designations in areas where we need to improve, which schools must meet those indicators. So for instance, usually level 1 indicators would be around English language arts or 2018 cohort, something specific that schools need to make sure they meet or make progress on. And then we also have level 2 indicators. Those are generally indicators that the schools know they can meet. For instance, a lot of our schools, we're trying to move to community school models. We are trying to make sure we improve family engagement. So the state has metrics and different frameworks, indicators that schools have as a guide that actually will allow them to meet those level 2 indicators. And those are selected by the schools. Next, if the schools in total score over 67%, they will make demonstrable progress. Now, I need to make this very clear. Sometimes our schools, they think they make demonstrable progress and they're like, yes, we're gonna get out of receivership, but no, that's not what it is. You have to make demonstrable progress in order for us not to have further action from New York State Ed to come in and give us an independent monitor, things in that nature, but we actually have to meet the federal guidelines that were given in those benchmarks to actually get a school out from receivership. And I already put that in there. So I'm gonna have Chief Maureen come up and tell you a little bit more about receivership and the powers.
Small print for you. So when you think about receivership, a lot of people ask, what do you do differently in receivership schools that you don't do in other schools? And one of the things that we have the capacity to do is implement the powers of the receiver. In our district, the receiver is Dr. Myers-Small, and she has certain powers that she can select to implement so that these schools have a booster shot of support. These are the choices that she has to implement. So, for example, she could do some curricular add-ons. We could look at these schools and say, is there curriculum pieces that we want to add to kind of infuse instruction? Right now, we're looking at some intervention programs specific to receivership schools. She can replace teachers and administrators who aren't certified. So in those schools, we can take anybody out that doesn't have proper certification. She has the capacity to increase salaries of teachers and administrators. She can take a look at staffing, and we do this with HC, prioritizing staffing in receivership schools. They staff their buildings first before all their other schools, and they have the right to bring in highly qualified teachers early. Another power includes looking at the budgets of these schools. These schools have an infusion of funding that comes with being receivership that allows principals to make some really decisive decisions to support the school's growth. Another option is to expand the school day or the school year. At this point, we're not employing that, but we do employ a summer school program for each of our receivership schools. We can make sure every school has a pre-K, which we have in almost all but one of our receivership buildings at this point. And ultimately, we have the capacity to remove staff if they're deemed not to be effective. And lastly, an infusion of professional development that could be offered in these schools, and we do this heavily. Right now, we're mandating professional development in every receivership school for all teachers 2 times a month, and going into next year, it will be 4 times a month. Next slide. We have 2 improvement practices that we're using in our receivership schools. We're incorporating DataWise into all of our schools across the system, and it's our way of looking at data to make sure schools are narrowing in on data and identifying the strategies that are going to give them the biggest lever for change, and then how we goal set based on those data points. These are 2 of the improvement practices we're doing in our schools. And the next slide. Should be DeMario.
And finally, just wanted to go a little bit deeper. So our academic plan actually calls out a school and district-wide consistent system, or how we are looking at data, so on and so forth. So each of our schools this year will infuse these different commitments into their SEP plans. Every school will have a literacy commitment. Every school will have a mathematics commitment. We have a DataWise commitment where it's showing how we're going to be looking at data. And I know, President Elliott, you keep talking about that monitoring. How do we know we're getting what we need from our metrics? That DataWise commitment is something that it's going to help us target. Every school is going to have a cultural commitment. And then last but not least, all of our high schools will have a commitment on for graduation. And these are just various samples from different schools. I want to take this time to pull out the commitments really touch on the instructional core. And that's where we look at the content, teacher, and student relationship, and how we actually move schools so that we can really get students to improve. And with that being said, did I miss anything? Questions?
Thank you for that presentation. Matter of fact, I won't start. I'm going to start to my left here with Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you. Just 2 quick questions. The 30 student results that were listed on one of the slides, I'm not sure which one, how do we select those students? And are we comparing then year after year the same 30 students? How do we draw that sample? Is it random sampling?
So, sorry, that bullet may not have been clear. A school needs to have 30 students in a subgroup for 2 years to get a score.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. And then finally, how are the level 1 and 2 indicators, how are those weighted?
Very good question. So the level 1 indicators, those are subscribed by the state. That is 50% of the score. The level 2 indicators are 50% of the score. And then when you combine it all, based off of the numbers that they pick, so if I pick 3 for level 2, then those are going to have more weight. But all of that added, you need to be over 67%, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jallo.
Hi, good evening. My question is, do you have any data? How do we know how these schools are doing? How are they doing based on these indicators that you have shared in your presentation? Are they doing any better? Or is there any data that you have to back up or show the audience or the board members how your receivership schools are performing?
Thank you for that question, Dr. Jallo. Right now, the data point that we're relying on heavily is our iReady data. In looking at our networks, our receivership school is performing at the same level as our district, as district average. In math and ELA, we're actually outperforming our district average in ELA.
Is it possible to see some data? Because
yes,
you have receivership schools that are not doing iReady because they're in high school. So and there are different indicators that would not be measured by iReady. So if not today, if in the near future, you could show the indicators and the different goals that the schools are trying to surpass, so that the board can understand just how well or not well each school is doing against each indicator, so they can understand how close or how far each school is to coming off the list or staying on the list. And I hate to say it, maybe schools that are about to come onto the list.
I love that question, Dr. Jallo, that you just asked about schools coming on to the list, because that bleeds into my question. I was looking at the schools in good standing, and a couple of them I've been able to visit, and recognizing that, thank God they're in good standing, but I also know some of them are in good standing based on, with very minimal resources, and they've been able to make things work, which is not necessarily sustainable. And so I am wondering, how are we keeping good schools in good standing in good standing?
It's a great question. It's a two-part question. So the first part of the question was the data piece. We have data dashboards set up for all of our networks. The chiefs collect that data for every school in our networks that we update monthly. So we can provide multiple data points for indicators. That will be very easy for us to pull for you. For our district-wide improvement process, we're using data-wise across all schools, including our TSI schools, because really what we're finding is the schools really need to identify what their strategy for leverage is, and that process is being not just done in receivership, we're doing it for all schools. Do you have something to add?
Yep, just something to add. So quarterly we are required, receivership schools are required to submit receivership quarterly reports. Those can be found on Rcsd Office of Innovation's website. So we actually have to be very transparent in reporting where schools in receivership actually fall. And that information goes to, it comes from the school, it's reviewed by us chiefs, it's reviewed by Dr. Black, and then subsequently Dr. Myers-Small, and then submitted to our Office of School of Innovation and Reform for New York State Education Department. So you can actually feel where schools are quarterly, and that helps us throw supports. Like if something is red, we have to start thinking or doing things different so that those schools don't fall in the trap. A lot of times, our schools are given or afforded additional money, and that funding is to build capacity within school buildings. So when we receive money for being receivership, what we're really pushing and preaching for our principals to do, build the capacity of your staffs, so when that money is gone, you are able to sustain. So a lot of our good standing schools actually have a lot of internal capacity that can actually continue allowing them to keep that status of good standing.
I'm just ask one last question for you. So I'm looking at the data-wise piece, and I like this particular tool. I reference it for other things that I'm doing. So let's say, for example, number 5 on data-wise is exam and instruction. You guys said you have a data dashboard, and so I'm going to make this assumption, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be the dashboard is based on the data-wise components. And so if a school in receivership or what have you, the exam and instruction piece is not doing well, then on the dashboard that's marked, right? So
the dashboards have data for all of the information that are needed for our indicators.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about the strategy that's identified, that's really what our challenge is. We've had data for years. We're really data rich as a system, but using that data to identify the levers that are going to move the schools is not something we've done well with. And DataWise is really supporting schools and how to unpack that data to identify what's going to move the school the quickest and eventually make the changes that need to happen with instruction.
Okay, so I'm going to stick to my own rules. I said 2 questions, so I'll follow up later because I want to get into criteria and all that kind of stuff, but I'm going to do what I said. I'm going to move on to Vice President LeBron at this time.
Yeah, thank you. I want to understand how long can a school be in receivership? And I specifically asked because East High School is on here, both upper and lower, and it does have a receiver. And it's had a receiver for a number of years, which is the U of R. So I would like to understand how long a school can be in receiver to someone else before the state does something, or I'm confused about that. And then I'll stop there, I have one more question, then I'll wrap up.
So typically it's 3 years. At the end of a 3-year period, they evaluate whether the school comes in or off the list. We're in a little bit of a special situation going into end of the next year. At the end of next year, they should be evaluating which schools will come in and out. And what they determine is, at the end of next year, no more schools will jump into the list. The state just made this kind of rule this year because of all things that have happened with COVID. As far as East not coming out of receivership after the 3-year piece, I can't speak to that. They have met their demonstrable indicators, but not their ESA scores, is what Damario's sharing with us. So you can make oh, there we go.
Okay, thanks, Damario. Thanks, Rhonda. Just quickly answer that. They're absolutely right. The state determined we were going to come off the list the year of COVID in 2020, and upper and possibly lower. But once the school was interrupted, the time stopped in terms of the accountability piece. So they're right. We hit our metrics, our indicators, and we would have been in a really good place. But, you know, the work continues.
Does that mean you're going to be off of it next year when you reevaluate, because it'll be another second round, 3 years?
Yeah, it means, well, so the clock restarted. So it's almost as if the 2 years during COVID was a pause year, because when you look at receivership, it's based on it's based on data from previous years. And so it's the data, we haven't had testing, as you know, some of the other indicators were interrupted, like attendance. So the state is figuring that out, but it is possible that we will be off of receivership within the next 3 years. And I'm not certain if the state is going to move towards a different model at that time. I would advocate strongly that, you know, receivership is based on a failing school model, and I would hope that there is another model under consideration that would support schools that were in receivership that are now in good standing, and allowing them to continue that work moving forward. Because sometimes being in good standing doesn't mean that the school is highly performing. It just means that they're meeting the minimum threshold.
Yeah, but we're right now technically, based on even this presentation, East is not meeting that. So I just want to go into the next piece, though, of my points. Went to the state website and just pulled out all the receiverships in the state of New York. So there are 32 schools in receivership in the entire state. We make up the bulk of that list, so I just want to put that out there because that is a very shocking thing to see. And now I understand why we also have a state-appointed monitor, in addition to other things, including the financial issues. But out of the 32, we take up 12 of the list. We make up 12 of the list, including East, which already has a receiver, and an expensive one at that. So I just want the community to be mindful, because I compared Syracuse, who only has one school in receivership, two schools in receivership out of 32, compared their student population to ours, obviously very similar, similar enrollment numbers, and in fact, similar number of schools and school buildings. So I would be curious in the future when you give this type of presentation to give some, I guess, some historical pieces or some visuals as to why we have 12 schools in receivership compared to Syracuse, who mirrors us and only has 2. Just curious about that.
Thank you, Vice President LeBron. We will continue to keep a pulse on this in this particular committee, and I appreciate your questions. We'll move on. Reminder, so we're going to keep it to a 2-question minimum. President Elliott, did you have any questions or thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So is there a accountability level above good standing? So why isn't that listed here?
Well, there is a recognition with good standing that our schools, we don't have any schools in that status at that point. So we just listed our current schools.
But you listed in terms of the accountability status names, and I think that's like the first and second slide.
Yep,
but it wasn't there.
It is good standing, and there's good standing recognition. Like there's an R next to it, just like there's a CSIR as well.
Okay, so what does the good standing with recognition, how do you define that?
I have to go back to that metric and the formula for that. The state has formulas of level 1, 2, 3, and 4, depending on how you performed on a subgroup in ELA and math. There's a 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you're 4s across the board, you're going to be recognized. It used to be They used to call them blue ribbon schools, good standing schools, like they have different types of them, but it's performance in all of those criteria that I outlined as level 4s. You get, based on the state, how you perform, you become a level 1, a level 2, a level 3, or a level 4. A level 4 across the board would get you that recognition.
So, argue back with me if you need to, but my concern is that it wasn't even listed. So that says to me that we have low expectations for our children. So if we're just a good standing, I just heard Vice President LeBron speak about the fact of good standing, that good standing doesn't necessarily mean that, or Dr. Nelms, good standing doesn't necessarily mean that you're performing at the highest level. And so I think all of those categories really need to be explained. And so what are we basing success on? In my view, it can't be on these. I mean, that'll get us satisfactory with the state, but in terms of our students really performing, this, in my view, doesn't meet that criteria. And if we don't even have the highest level of where we want our students to attain, that's a problem for me, because that's what we need to be doing. Our children, I just talked to our Monroe students, they're geniuses, but if we don't have the genius mentality for our students by not even having the good standing R there, if that's the highest, that's problematic. And so how do we expect our students to succeed if we don't, if we don't have the framework and the kind of aspirations for our students? That's a problem for me. So I'll just leave that statement there, but I will also say, ask, how many of these schools can we project that will move from the TSI, CSI, that are going to be improving? How many schools can move into good standing? Is it from the schools, and I will just take the TSI level, how many of those schools at this point can move into good standing?
I mean, we have to review the data. I don't know what, we have to look at what the state's going to do with accountability status, right? To be honest right now, the state has some things on the floor about how they're going to change, how accountability status is recognized. So I think that also plays into this. But we could, looking at the data, looking at the dashboards, we could identify schools that are showing that they're making progress, right? The tough part is we don't have measurements from previous years to show that progress. Yep. So we're looking at 2018 data.
Thank you, President Elliott, and those are very strong points. I have not forgot. I've taken notes, and I think that was a very strong question as far as our expectations, and I want to make sure that I lead with that in this particular committee as we move forward. I'm going to move on to Commissioner Powell, if you have any questions or statements. And Commissioner Patterson.
No questions.
Okay, thank you so very much. And I touched on Dr. Jallo as well, right? I did get you? Okay. So moving into the agenda a little further, we want to thank you. We're going to be seeing you a lot more. Thank you. Okay, and our final agenda item for this evening's Equity and Student Achievement Committee is a placement presentation from the Executive Director of Accountability and Student Registration, Dr. Terry Orden, who is approaching at this time.
Good evening, President Elliott, Vice President LeBron, and Board Commissioners. A request was made for a presentation of current policies and procedures in the Office of Student Equity and Placement, and I am here to present just those. The Office of Student Equity and Placement has undergone a few shifts in the last 9 months. There have been shifts in the supervision of the department, as well as personnel changes due to a long-standing director's retirement. As the new supervisor of Student Equity and Placement, I am working with the directors to review the current practices, collaborating with others, so that we may bring recommendations forward that will enhance our families' experiences when they enter the district. Next slide, thank you. Where we currently are. So all of our families begin the registration process by completing a registration packet. During COVID, the Office of Student Equity and Placement created a fillable packet online that families could complete and then email into the department.
Now we have added an online registration module through PowerSchool, our student management system, that affords families to enter the necessary information directly into the system and submit this electronically. Families can provide documents electronically as well through this process. Currently, the application is available in Spanish and English, and we are continuously looking into how we can expand the languages available online. Families rank their top 5 choices, and they are placed as high on their list of preferred choices that has a seat for the scholar as well as any needed services, such as multilingual or special education related. For our families of English language learners, there are a few added steps. Families who have been identified as speaking another language at home meet with a representative from the language assessment team. The home language questionnaire is reviewed with families, and an in-depth interview of language spoken at home is completed. The language assessor then administers the NICETEL assessment. The New York State identification test for English language learners determines the English proficiency level of our scholars. And this information is used to inform the placement of the scholar into the appropriate program with their desired schools. School options are discussed with parents and guardians view the New York State Department of Bilingual Education's program informational video and also receive an information packet. The goal is to be able to provide testing at the time of registration. However, with adding this online component, families are contacted and appointments are created for families to come to placement to complete the NICETEL assessments. This also affords placement the opportunity to set up a translator to be available at the appointment to ensure parents and guardians understand all of the components of the registration process and can make the most informed decision for their child. Scholars with disabilities also have additional steps within the registration process. When the student placement specialist reviews documentation and school records indicating that the scholar has been identified as having a disability, the placement process is then routed to the Associate Director of Special Education Services at placement. A meeting is conducted to review and discuss the special education services and program needs of the scholar. School options are then discussed and determined at this meeting, resulting in a placement at a school where the needs of the scholar will be met. Families also receive a special education orientation packet with school and special education information. Next slide. The Rochester City School District currently implements a school of choice lottery at the entrance points of kindergarten, 7th, and 9th grade. Communication is shared with as many families as possible through mailings, robocalls, the district's website, and other communication in the community such as billboards or other media modalities. Communication begins in December, and the lottery ideally runs from January to March. This timeline has been modified as necessary when school closures and mergers have occurred to ensure all families are able to participate knowing what schools will be options for the upcoming school year. For all scholars that complete the application, they are given a randomly generated number, and then the lottery is conducted. After placements are confirmed, families receive letters informing them of their child's placement. Then all non-participants at grades 6 go 7 and 8 go 9 are completed, and letters are sent home to families again. In schools where the next grade level is available, such as our K-8 and 7-12 buildings, it is assumed if a scholar does not participate in the lottery, they are choosing to stay in their current school. So the participation rate for 6 go 7s and 8 go 9s was 40% and 49% respectively this year. However, I want to note that the denominator includes those students that did not participate due to choosing to stay in their current school and those who opt to leave our district for whatever reason. When the district experiences school closures, there are also separate placement processes conducted for students needing to be placed for the upcoming school year. Next slide. The Office of Student Equity and Placement has voluntary processes in place. This process opens May 1st and continues till September 30th. Placements are made after the school of choice lotteries are finalized. Again, these are done based on seat availability at desired schools, coupled with the needed services of either multilingual education or special education. Safety, hardship, and medical transfers are completed throughout the year. All safety transfers are reviewed by a cross-functional team, and a decision is made by the team. Hardship and medical transfers requests are very few, but they are reviewed with necessary personnel and granted as needed for students. This includes transfers to home hospital tutoring. Next slide. So where we are moving to. The school of choice recruitment process shifted centrally a few years ago with the introduction of the School Expo. As essential recruitment, we've identified that it's not necessarily the best modality for scholars and families to learn about the opportunities and programs that each school offers. This process will transition back to schools this coming year. In communication with principals and school chiefs, the anticipated look of this is to have school ambassadors visit 8th grade classrooms prior to the application process. This can be done either in person or virtually to explain why scholars should choose their high school for the upcoming school year. I remember as an upperclassman at Wilson, I did this with my school counselors and can remember the engaging conversations that we had with 8th graders at middle schools back then. The hope is to ignite this process again through the shift back to schools, along with school informational nights being held at each school. For application timelines, the goal is to shift these to the beginning of January and end the first week of March. This will give the office time to run and confirm lotteries, and then families will receive letters as early as May regarding their placements for the following school year. Currently exceptions to the lottery process include Montessori at kindergarten, so families choosing this option will be afforded the option to remain at Montessori as long as they complete their home language questionnaire. So the HLQ is necessary at kindergarten, it is not necessary pre-K. At 7th grade, students entering SOTA go through an audition process. Then at 9th grade, students entering Rochester Early College and School Without Walls also go through an interview prior to being accepted into the school. Finally, next slide. Thank you. Finally, as we start in the planning stages of creating a welcome center, our vision for the center is to be a welcoming experience for all of our families as they enter the district that is both accessible and scholar-focused. As we brainstorm who should be included in the welcome center, we have listed the departments and personnel you see on the slide. The goal we have for families is when they come to the Office of Student Equity and Placement, they leave with a schedule in their school and connected to resources they may need within the school system or within the community. At this time, it is still a work in progress, so we welcome your feedback and comments. Overall, I welcome your comments and feedback on all that I've shared this evening, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open up the floor to the board. I'll start at the far end with Commissioner Patterson.
And no questions at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Paolini?
I'm good.
Thank you. President Elliott, any top of mind?
Yeah, thank you. You're new, right?
I'm new to this role.
Yeah, because the way in which you present it, as if there are no problems in placement.
Oh, we know there's problems.
Plenty problems. And so that's what, I don't need to have a sanitized version of placement. It's issues there that have to be addressed. And so that's what I'm expecting that are going to get done, that when we talk about equity, you don't have certain groups of kids that can go to certain schools when other students cannot. And that's been some of my experiences when I've been out in the streets and talking to people who didn't even know who I was and that they got preferential treatment in placement. That's the kind of stuff that has to end, because that's what placement office has been known for, and they have not been a kind of warming and welcoming and respectful place for our families. And we know that there are families who are going to come in late and that kind of thing. They're young and but it has not been in some of the experiences that I've had with families. It has not been a welcoming place. And I think that part of what has to happen is there has to be criteria communicated to our families in terms of why they may not have been selected at a certain school and why they're given, when they are told that they're given, that there's school choice policy, but then they don't get the choice that their first or second choice for their school. And it appears, and I could be wrong, but it appears that we have students who are just plopped anywhere. And if you recall, even at Monroe where there was an issue there, and there not being the kind of forethought about why we're placing students in the schools that we're placing them in. And I'd like there to be more conversation and thought and more critical analysis of what really is going on in placement, because it has not been as kind to some people as it's been to others.
Understood.
So I will add just at the lottery choices, so we're gonna work at school levels to ensure that every student is contacted at both the 6-7 and the 8-9. So the placement team can run, now that everything will be in, electronic, we can run lists of current 6th graders who hasn't completed the school of choice application, along as 8-9s. So there'll be better communication from our department to ensure that every student is contacted ahead of the deadlines, so that no family is saying, I didn't know that it happened. We know it's an area that we have to work on, so we're definitely gonna implement that and work on that to ensure that every single student has a touch point, especially with school counselors being available in every school next year. We'll make sure that at least that's one step that we can actively make next year to ensure at least at the transitioning grade levels, every student and family at least has that conversation so they are aware of the process.
And I think there has to be accountability of the staff in the department, because I'll give you an example. I'm getting my car repaired, and a man who didn't know me from Adam said to me about he wanted his children to go to school 25 because of the good program at 25. Somebody at placement said, no, because he was a white male. Somebody said, well, no, your kids should go to 46 school. You got that kind of stuff going on, so you're going to have to be mindful and alert to that kind with your staff in there.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Simmons, can I go? Yeah. Okay. Please, thank you. No, I just want to make sure. So I won't, actually, to piggyback a little tiny bit on what President Elliott is mentioning, and even in your presentation, you don't talk about what that looks like for a student that transfers into the district at 10th, 11th, or 12th. And basically what I can say we, because we've gone to some school leaderships, is that they end up getting placed without choice at Franklin, at Edison, at Monroe, and oftentimes those schools don't have a choice but to accept the student, and so there's no thought process, not only for the student and the families in terms of what school experience that they want, but we're also forcing the schools to take students who may not want to be there. And so as we move forward and having these conversations around placement, I want to make sure that there is a process in place for those students who may be moving into the district, maybe getting kicked out of a charter school or even a private school and coming into the district, what that looks like, because I do think that they also deserve a choice, and I think it would help our schools and their communities have students that want to be there versus being forced to be there. And also, please stop stockpiling bilingual students at Monroe, special ed students at Edison. I can go on and on, but those two schools in particular. But I want to understand, you said 40, you gave two statistics, 40%, 49% participated in the lottery choice, and you did not indicate the other 51% and 60%, what they're doing in terms of, you said they either are leaving the district, and we don't know. I was just curious as to why they're leaving and perhaps why they didn't participate, and if you could break that out in the future. Sure. That could be a question for the question log, because I don't know if you'll have that statistic here, but I do want us to understand as a board what the other 60%, why they didn't participate in the process, whether they left the district and why they're leaving. And then I just have to highlight that I've been doing all my pre-K visits. And if my fellow commissioners, if you have not gone to your CBO pre-Ks, please do. They, have so much feedback for us. But one thing that came up was that one of the pre-Ks said that they're in a lottery system too. And I was wondering why would pre-K be in a lottery, because parents are allowed to pick any pre-K that they want in Monroe County. So if you don't have an answer for that, I would like some clarity as to why there is a pre-K lottery for some of the programs. Thank you.
So I will ask if we can add that to the question log so we can direct that to Dr. Hooper. I'm not aware or understand why there's that process for pre-K. And then just on the other piece with the 40% and the 49%, we will be able, once we have all the students placed, so those in the K-8 buildings and the 712 buildings that did not participate and stay, that'll raise our numbers there, and then we can track non-participation who stay in the district, so then we can give you that number of this is how many actually left the district versus this is how many did not participate in the process and were placed. So we'll provide that.
Very quickly, while you're doing that, just be mindful of those who have left. I'd be curious that we have some sort of exit question for them so we can collect that data as well. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I think back and I know firsthand placement. You know, this is well before, obviously, my role as commissioner, and my son is well into adulthood now. But he was a 5th grader at one point, and I had him in a private school that I couldn't afford anymore as a single mom, and I was like, I don't want him to go to the district school because the history. And I talked to people, and I had a pulse, and I knew how to advocate. And I remember, I don't even remember who I spoke to, but I remember somebody said, you know, go to South Avenue. And I went over there, and I had a verbal conversation, and someone said, go to this school over here. And I had a verbal conversation. I went to that school, and I put my hand in someone's hand, and I continued to advocate for my son. My son ended up where I wanted him to be. But that's because I was navigating and pushing. And I didn't even know anyone in particular, but I was moving around and doing that. And the reality is there was a process. And so there is ability to circumvent that process, and that's not fair. Correct. And so I just want to recognize that firsthand. And again, that was years and years ago, but I'm sure many parents are probably like, how can I circumvent that process, right? And we've got to figure that out. And we need to put our district, and this is not to you solely, of course, but we have to get our district in a position where people don't feel like they have to circumvent a process to find education for their child, where there's robust programming and opportunity, wherever they go to school, they'll be okay. That's where we need to be. And, you know, I'm looking at the academic plan, Table 9, and it's talking about the portfolio and the high school selection process information getting out to our parents, and just that school portfolio, so parents are armed with, when my child goes here, here's the programming, here's the academic outcomes, this is what your child will get, here's the extracurricular, and that would just be so welcoming. So I'm going to get off my soapbox on that. So my question from that would be, I know the community has a lot of different experiences when it comes to placement, some good and many not so good, and wondering what you have on hand. Do you have that feedback, or how do you gather feedback from these experiences that people are having to inform how you're moving forward?
So we will definitely work to gather feedback. I will state that I am also a parent in this district and went through my own situation when my child entered kindergarten. She's currently in 2nd grade. So even working in the system and knowing how to navigate the system, she still got her placement very late in August. So I definitely understand that frustration, and I'm taking my own personal experiences and trying to make sure that we have clear-cut processes and procedures in placement so that there is no reason to circumvent the system. Like, as much as we get the information out there and we communicate with our families and share with them, this is what you need to do, here are the steps, here's the timeline, and the multiple modalities we can get out. Again, I'm a school counselor by training, so getting this in the hands of our school counselors that go into classrooms and meet with students, and then at events that schools hold, please share this information because it's upcoming. Even when you start in November and December, this is what's coming for 6th graders, this is what's coming for 8th graders. So really my goal is to arm our whole district with the process so that people don't have to circumvent it. If everybody knows what it is and we can speak to it, whether you are the custodian here up to the superintendent here, then everybody should have the same message and communication to every single one of our families.
Okay, thank you. So you are also saying that you do have the feedback from community who have struggled with this experience, who have not gotten the outcomes that they're looking for, understanding. I understand there's remedies to that, but do you have on hand, if I were to come and work with you and say, hey, what is the community saying? Do you have like a catalog of like, these are the issues that everyone's bringing to our feet?
So again, with the turnover in supervision and the director, honestly, I would like to, now that we've streamlined the electronic process, if there's a way to add a survey right at the end. How was your process, or how was your experience as you went through this? So no, we do need to build more of that so we can also get the positive experiences.
Yes.
Because too much we have the information where they've come to us because they weren't happy, right? Our families are not happy when they
this didn't happen or this didn't happen, I need your help because this was wrong or X, Y, Z. So the goal would be to build this in so that we can garner both positive feedback and address our negative feedback.
I'd love to see it. Thank you so much. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. I'll try to be as brief as possible, but I just want to piggyback on what some of the other commissioners have said. It was actually my own frustration 7 years ago with my third child that was one of the inspirations for me to run for the board, just because of the frustration I had with placement. And I know that things have improved somewhat over time, but there's been a lot of frustration expressed to me by other community members, and there are people who have moved to our district mid-year from maybe out of state or just elsewhere, and then they're often told that, if they want their neighborhood choice, well, you'll have to wait until next year, you've got to go to this other school, and then once, we'll make sure that you get into your neighborhood school next year because you've already missed the lottery, right? And I hope that there's a way we can reconcile some of the policies that we have to take into consideration that we're actually discouraging people from moving to our city. And if people have the means, they're going to move elsewhere. In most districts, if someone moves in, they're going to create another section of a class. And I know we can't always do that here, but I think it's those types of frustrations that a lot of people are complaining about, and they'll end up choosing the charter schools or private schools if that happens to them. So that's a concern. So that was more a commentary more than a question, but I am interested, just along the same vein, it's my understanding that the school of choice policy was implemented to help ensure equitable placement district-wide, which is a noble goal, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make that equitable, make sure that there aren't groups receiving preferential treatment. But I am interested in getting more information presented to the board about perhaps the algorithms that are used in our lottery process. And anecdotally speaking, I think it's been brought to my attention. So I don't know if this is true or not, but it would appear to be, and I'm speaking anecdotally here, that our lottery algorithm or whatever is used might actually, at this stage of the game, be giving advantages to some groups of students over others. And my question is, how do we make this a more equitable lottery system so that the unintended consequence isn't to give unfair advantage to, say, maybe our middle-class families or our white students, or, I'm just using that anecdotally.
So we'll have to look further into that just based on the results, what we can discern from the information with the randomly generated number. My instinct wants to say no, right? Like it doesn't happen, but it's not to say that it doesn't happen, by chance. So we will look at the results and provide that information.
Yeah, because I know that when I first enrolled, I have 4 children in the district, and when I first enrolled my daughter, I had placement people telling me, oh yeah, make sure you're the first person in line, that type of thing. Or because you have a certain skin tone, you might actually have an advantage in the system. So that is a little alarming to hear that, and I'd like to make sure that we are creating equitable placements for all of our students.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Jell, I want to make sure I'm not missing you at all.
No, I was trying to unmute. I'm sorry. No, I'm good. I'm just listening to this because I have concerns, but I'll put them in the question log. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think that, thank you so much, Dr. Orden, for the presentation this evening, or information. And so we had the Monrovians. They advocated for student voice, increased partnership between parents and teachers. We had the Xcast wanting to talk about robust robotics programming here tonight, recruitment, transportation, funding, and increased mentorship. We had curriculum adoption through the K-5 focused on science, receivership and school comprehensive education plan, and student placement were the presentations this evening. Again, I want to acknowledge that this was a very packed agenda. I appreciate everyone's patience with me this evening as we try to navigate it, and moving forward, I do want to make sure that we don't pack it to the point that we cannot have the robust dialogue that we need to spend on certain topics. But that concludes the Equity and Student Achievement meeting this evening. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. I got a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned, thank you.
Thank you. So we will call to order the special meeting to order. But I want to offer a motion to go into executive session. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Commissioner, the purpose for the executive session?
Oh, shoot. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to get that one of these days. Discussing student disciplinary matters, matters related to the employment of a particular individual, and to receive advice and counsel of general counsel. All right, thank you. We will go into executive session, and then after executive session, we will come back and consider various resolutions. Thank you. Good evening. We are back to continue our special meeting. We have a number of resolutions that we have to consider, but let me say first that we have no speakers for the evening meeting, so I'm going to begin to have the board to consider resolutions, and I'm going to ask for a motion to lift Resolution 604 from the table. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Madam
Give
Superintendent.
me 1 second to pull up the vote.
Sure.
Are you all seeing the pop-up?
Not yet. Just make sure I'm logged in.
Are you seeing it now?
No.
No.
Yes?
I see it.
Okay.
Yep, see it now.
Oh, I got logged out, sorry. That's probably why I haven't seen anything. Did you?
Maybe taking a
if you-
minute to
if you
get down to
had to
you all.
log back in, you probably need to do a login to Board Docs. That's what I found. So if you go to Board.
I can also take this first one manually and then as we, okay, the vote was from Commissioner Pedersen? I can take your vote manually for you. Okay, thank you.
Are you still logged in?
The motion to lift passes 5-0.
No, I didn't log back in anyway.
Okay, and then there's a motion
Oh, there you are.
to lift Resolution 647 from the table. Is that,
President Elliott,
yes?
the administration
Right,
would
lifting
like
from the
to-
table doesn't mean we voted on it. You have to, we still have to have another vote.
Okay.
So when you move it off the table, I don't know if you can hear me, we would like to withdraw that resolution.
664 is still on the table. You all have to vote on 664 because it was removed. It was 604. 604, sorry.
Thank you, it's okay.
604. You lifted from the table. It needs to be voted on before we consider
All
647.
right, all those in favor?
I need a motion and a second.
Motion. I thought okay, sorry about that.
Second. Motion.
Second. Yeah.
Discussion?
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. And then,
We'd like to withdraw motion 647.
It's not lifted from the table just
Yep.
yet. 1 second.
Thank you.
I was a little confused too because I thought 604 was that, but it's 647.
647,
Yes. Yep, so motion to lift from the table, the resolution for agreement.
Motion.
Resolution 647, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on resolution 647?
I think council has a point.
Is 647 being withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay, so there's not going to be a vote on it?
No, they're just lifting from the table first.
Lifted from the table?
Do we really need to do that?
Right.
We didn't really need to do that.
I have to lift it from the table and then withdraw it.
All right.
So I just need the vote on lifting it from the So table. I just have, can I ask for clarity around that, Adrian? I had the same understanding that if it's being withdrawn, even if it's on the table, we wouldn't even have to vote to withdraw it. They have the authority to remove it. It shouldn't even be on here. So I just need clarity from that.
Well, yeah, you could just skip over it and not deal with it, right, and just go on to the next one. But if it's going to be tabled to a date certain, then you can, it's not being tabled.
It's being withdrawn.
Just completely gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't see what needs to be lifted from the table and voted on. But I will say this, so I would say lift it from the table, since that has already happened, and then just do a formal motion to withdraw it, and then that'll be okay.
Can I offer something? So for the minutes, because the resolution was tabled, I need to close the loop. So lifting it from the table and then saying that the resolution was withdrawn will close the loop on the minutes. So that formally is what I've always done for the minutes. There doesn't need to be a motion to withdraw. Folks withdraw all the time. You can withdraw a resolution. I just put resolution withdrawn. But I do need to close the loop on the lifting of, putting it back on the table so I can.
So did we do that?
I need a vote. We have a motion and a second from Vice President LeBron and Commissioner Simmons, and I just need a vote to.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on
Yes, just for clarity purposes, even closing the loop, I don't understand why there can't be an asterisk in the minutes that say this was tabled, but it was withdrawn by the administration.
And that would be fine and reflected in the minutes, but
Okay.
I think for the clerk's procedures and bookkeeping, and we're not gonna throw a loop, tonight, I think that's fine to lift it and then just withdraw it as she's suggested.
Okay.
So, all those in favor of lifting 647 from the table?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to see if we can take a number of these, if we can bundle them. So I'll go from 658 until probably 701. I'm just trying to look.
The end of the summer learning.
Yeah.
The 664 is in there though, so we want to exclude that one.
Okay, let me just go up to 664.
So we would exclude 663.
We will amend it, right?
We're going to exclude it from the bundle because remember, then we have to amend it.
Okay.
Natalia asked that we separate it.
Okay. So we will separate out Resolution 664, but I'm going to ask for a motion for Resolution 658 through Resolution 701.
Excluding 664?
Excluding 664. I'll motion that.
664. Motion by Vice President LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on any of those resolutions aside from Resolution 664? Vice President LeBron?
Yeah, on number 658, I want to go right back to this person because I brought this up at the last meeting as well. So this is another resolution. It says appointed contract again substitute for school number 52 for nursery kindergarten grades 1 through 6 for the same individual. And if you all recall, she was in the resolution on May 26. No, hold on. She was on the resolutions like a week ago. I'm going to pull it up. But in that previous resolution, she was on there as a contract substitute for $99,000. And there was some conversation, I voted against it, but there were some conversations that it was an up to amount. And the way that I'm reading this resolution, it doesn't read as an amendment, it reads as another resolution. So both languages are the same. In the May 26 one, it says contract substitute as amended from another previous resolution. And it says appointed contract substitute for $99,888 for less than a month's work. This person's duration would be May 27th of this year to June 24th. And then that ended up passing, but not by all the board members, so it just passed 4-3. And then today, she's on here as well, same language, and it's just saying appointment as a contract substitute for $10,987. And I just point that out because I'm confused as to, are we paying this person an additional $10,000? Is $10,000 the amended resolution from the previous resolution? And shouldn't that resolution read as an amendment versus a new resolution? So if I can get clarity on that one.
It was my understanding that this did not pass last time and that we were bringing it forward today to correct it based on the board's feedback.
No, on board docs, it says Cynthia, Willa, Amy, and Ricardo were yes, myself, Camille, and James were no. So it did pass, Motion to appoint the person listed as a contract substitute as amended. And then the salary stays 99,888. So I just want to, am I reading that right, Kelly?
What resolution are you on?
It
I'm
is
sorry.
resolution from May 26, 2022, 9D, contract substitute as amended, 608. 2122, 608.
You're talking about the May 20, the resolution from May 26th?
Yeah, that it passed.
Let me go.
Did it pass?
Hold on one second, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm in
No,
the
it's okay.
current
I just want to
meeting.
make sure I'm reading that right, because the motion voting piece. I mean, I was arguing with you guys about the 99,000 for a month. I just want to put that out there, because I still think, even if that's not the appropriate salary or the correct salary, it was excessive for a month's work for an individual.
Yes, so there was a motion to amend 608, and then the resolution was voted on. The resolution as amended, it looks like passed 4-3.
So it passed. So now today, this person is on here, I don't know if this is an additional 10,987, or if this was the intended salary for the 30 days of work.
So if it did pass last month, then this should be withdrawn. My apologies. My understanding was I thought we were agreeing to change it and resubmit.
What was the amendment?
The amendment was to add the word prorated before the word salary, if you recall. And because it was prorated, folks voted 4-3 to prorate the salary.
And so is the prorated amount the 10,987 for 30 days of work? Okay.
Which resolution? So,
This is number 658.
thank you.
Is this being withdrawn then because it is a duplicate?
So we want to withdraw resolution 658?
Yes, we want to withdraw this resolution.
How do we do that with the
The
open?
administration?
That's okay, because it's just a withdrawal, so I
Okay.
can take that. So it no longer exists, so you can still vote on the current bundle.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussions on resolutions
658,
9 now?
659 to 701.
Any other discussion? Maybe I shouldn't. Yeah.
There's one, question on that is in this bundle.
Okay.
There is one in here around Playworks, the address is wrong, and I just
Okay.
want to make sure we update it. with
Okay.
the address.
Okay. So all those in favor, resolutions 659 through 701, excluding resolution
664.
664. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yay to all except for 693, and it's not letting me pull it up, but thank you.
Okay. So resolution 664, what we need to do, I need an amendment, motion to amend resolution 664 to A and B. Is there a motion? That's resolution 664.
I'm still waiting for the electronic
Oh, okay.
voting.
I can't take the electronic vote because we bundled such a large group,
okay.
so I'm
Oh,
taking
okay.
it manually and I'll
Okay.
put it in.
Okay.
Thank you for telling us.
All right. Yeah, to amend resolution 6, is that how we proceed with that? To start with the amendment or?
So you can start with bringing up the resolution and then making an amendment.
Yep.
Yep.
So resolution 664,
Yep.
we want to separate it into A and B. And,
So just make a motion to discuss 664, and then so is the motion made to discuss 664?
I was getting ready to amend it, but no, so let me just ask for a motion to discuss resolution 664. Is there a second?
Second.
Right, and then now you can make a motion to
All
amend.
right. So, so can someone make an amendment to, for resolution 664A and resolution 664B?
Motion to split 664 to A, separating the principal for school number 54 as 664A, and the rest of the resolution as 664B.
Any discussion on resolutions 664A? Hear no resolution?
Oh, no, I would like to make a motion to table 664A, President Elliott,
Okay.
so.
Oh, you haven't gotten a vote.
Right.
Oh, we have to vote on the okay, sorry.
All right, no problem. So, so no discussion. We've gone through discussion. All those in favor of resolution 664 as amended?
Oh, no.
Amending the resolution.
Say that again?
All those in favor of you taking a vote on the amendment itself, and then you're gonna vote on the individual.
All right. So as amended, resolution.
No.
So we're doing the first step. The first step is that we're separating it out. We're making A and B. So right now, we're just voting on A and B.
Yeah.
We have a motion,
and
we
then
have
we'll
a,
do the second
if I
part.
could clarify, just because I'm taking the minutes, let me, so we took a motion to amend, to split into 664A and B, A being the principal for 54, and B being the rest. So you have a motion from Vice President LeBron and seconded by Commissioner Simmons, so we need the vote on splitting.
664A?
No, just the motion on splitting.
Just vote to split.
Just the motion to
Vote,
split.
okay, all right, okay. So, a motion, a vote on the split or the amendment for 664.
Yes, all those in favor of splitting?
All those
Aye.
in favor of split.
Aye. Okay, now you can take a vote on A, which is just the principal.
All right, so,
Motion for 664A.
thank you. Is there a second?
Oh, wait, are we motioning to table 664A?
It has to be on the table before you can move it
You
off.
have, it has to be on the
okay.
table first, so,
Okay.
so I need
So
to.
motion for 664A, thank you.
A second?
Is there a second?
Okay, Commissioner Patterson?
Any discussion on, resolution 664B?
A.
Any
Now
discussion?
now we can take the,
Motion to table.
okay, thank you.
Second.
To a date certain,
If I played the number, I would play that number.
Motion to table to June
23rd.
23rd.
Yeah,
And second.
so that's 664A out of the way.
All those in favor?
All those in favor
Of tabling.
of tabling resolution 664A.
I need a second first on the table and then. Second. Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right.
Now we're at resolution 664B.
Yes.
All right, so can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion on resolution 664B? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you for that.
Okay.
All right, so we're down to, we're down to resolution 702. And is there a motion for resolution 702?
Motion.
Second, any discussion on resolution 702?
President Elliott,
Yes.
we need to make an amendment to the amount of Resolution 702.
Mm-hmm.
We'd like to change it from $78,061 to $31,356.
Okay.
So first you need a motion. for 702?
Yes, Resolution 702.
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion on Resolution 702?
Move to amend?
This is the motion to, this is the
To
motion.
amend?
This is the motion to amend, because we already had a motion for 702, which was Commissioner Patterson and seconded by Commissioner Simmons. So this motion to amend is Commissioner Powell and Commissioner Patterson. So the vote now I'm taking is for
Okay.
to amend.
All right, so yes, can get a vote on Resolution 702 as amended?
No, to amend.
To amend.
To
Mhm.
amend.
All right, any opposed to Resolution 702 as amended?
On amending 702, because we haven't amended it yet, and then we can take it to amend. There's a lot of procedure tonight. Okay, so it would be all those in favor of amending 702.
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Okay.
Yeah, what Kelly is?
But I do have a question.
And now we can take the vote as amended.
Okay, all right, thank you. And so, is there, the Vice President has a question, so do we need to put the motion, does this need to be a motion put on the table? Resolution 7?
So 702, so now we're taking the vote on 702, so you need a motion and a second on 702 as amended.
Okay,
Oh,
all right, so is there a
no, it's
motion?
already on the table.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's already on the table.
So any discussion? Let me put it as any discussion. Because I thought that Commissioner Powell moved it and Commissioner Patterson second. Is that?
That was the motion to amend.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's on the
And we
table.
voted
Yep.
on that, so now
Yep.
we're back to the.
We're back to the original as amended, so the
Yep.
vote.
Any discussion?
Yes, I just have a question though, because if it's being amended to 31,000, it wouldn't even come up as a board resolution if it's under 35.
Doesn't have to, but it can.
That's correct.
I mean, they typically wouldn't though, so I'm just curious as to why they would.
Then it can be withdrawn?
No, it doesn't need to be withdrawn, but I'm just curious as to why they would do that. That comes up again in another resolution, and I have some questions around that.
I'm looking at the executive summary, and it appears that the contract, this exceeds the 35,000.
She says 702, but that's not what I've got for some.
But you just amended it to 31. The original price would have amended it, so if you're amending that, perhaps this would also be amended too.
So what I'd have to do is a review of prior contracts, so it may take us over the $35,000 threshold. What I would ask the board to consider is voting on it since we're here, as I would not want this to hold up any of our summer programming. If you look at the resolution, the clerical error is at the top of the resolution, but in the body of the resolution, it is 31,000. So where it says agenda item details, the dollar amount says 78,000, but if you scroll further down on A, the correct amount is there. That's why it was a clerical error on the top.
And I will also add for our procedurally kind of tracking purposes of contracts, we do track vendors cumulatively, and once we hit a certain expenditure threshold in a school year, all matters related to that vendor, their contracts start getting routed to the board, even if it's sometimes under that threshold.
So I just want to point out though that the language is then in the resolution, and that was always the trigger for me to know that we were doing other work with that vendor, if you will. But usually the language is in there. For example, if you look even tonight, it does say that we're exceeding the 35,000 and the new proposed amount that's being proposed and so forth. So just for consistency purposes around that, that's all.
Okay, so all those in favor of Resolution 702 as amended?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. So can I get a motion on Resolution 703 through 718?
Second.
Any discussion on those resolutions? Let me go back to what I just...
703 to 718.
703 to 718.
Yes, President.
All right, any discussion? Vice President LeBron?
Yeah, on number 711, the Playworks one, so here it says, whereas the combined sums of existing agreements and additional agreements would exceed $35,000 for the fiscal year. This is a resolution I'm talking about. As another example, there's one with the city with the same line. However, two things in this one. The 638 3rd Street, Oakland, California is an old address for Playworks, so I do want to make sure that the correct address is updated so that, one, we're not sending money to a site that no longer is there, because then that can hold up some of the work. So I would like that to be amended with the correct address for Playworks. They have a New York and a California office, but this is their old California office address. And then second, I could not find so this one was a little confusing because it said we're exceeding the $35,000, but this falls under two actual budget years. So the proposed period is June 13th through August 15th. So those are two different budget cycles. We're wrapping up our budget cycle for the end of this school year. July 1st starts our new budget year. So I was not sure how we met the threshold of over 35 already for them over two different budget lines, and I could not find any contracts that have been voted on for this school year for 21-22, and I don't think I've seen any for the 22-23. I was just trying to get some clarity around that. It was very confusing.
I can give, just generally, I think because the contract begins in this fiscal year, so it is attributed to this fiscal year. If there's a reference to it being over the $35,000 threshold, that must mean that there is some other contract or payment or something that triggered that. Whenever a request comes in, we do a search for any other contracts in our system with that vendor. It's possible that it was under the threshold, that's why there's not a resolution. So if there was this contract is for $28,000, but if it was a $10,000 contract, that would not have come to the board. Okay. So, but then this $28,000 now triggers the requirement for it to come to the board.
Okay. Thank you. And then, so you're saying we can have a contract that starts over two budget years? How is that budgeted then? I mean, I'm not asking you that as the lawyer because I just want to be clear. I just want to understand from the administration, how is that budgeted if it starts this fiscal year and ends the beginning of next cycle fiscal year? I'm curious about that. And I love Playworks, so let me just be clear. I'm just trying to understand procedurally what happened here or what's happening. And again, if we can just amend to the correct address, that would be great.
Good evening. My computer is dead, so I can't pull the specific resolution up, but typically we will reference the 2021-22 funding source as to June 30th, and then we would draw upon the next funding source that would begin July 1, and there should be reference in there. I don't have it in front of me, as I said, because of, I'm just getting it now. So because this is through ARP, ARP is a pool of money, if you will, and it's being referenced that it's being drawn upon that. But the dates that we have for our fiscal year, ARP is a pool of money for a specific amount of time. So even though our fiscal year ends on June 30th, July 1 would be the start, ARP spans that particular time of 2 years, so we can draw upon that, and we don't have to do that delineation between June 30th and July 1 because of the grant.
Okay, thank you. And then just because it bugs me, your dates don't add up a little bit in the public content piece of it versus the executive summary. Yeah, you have them starting like June 28th. Versus June 13th. I just had to put that out there because there's those little things that bug me because like they're public record, and if the dates are not adding up in terms of a start date, end date, it just drives me nuts. And I will email you and Kalia the correct address for Playwork so that could be updated, please.
Any other questions on Resolution 703 to 718? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Can I get a motion for resolution?
I'm so sorry, President Elliott. I just need to confirm. I know that Commissioner Malloy was trying to join the meeting, so I just need to confirm whether or not.
Okay.
No. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Motion 719 is what we want to remove. Do we need a motion for that if we want to remove it?
No, the administration would like to withdraw 719. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Motion on resolution 720 through 724.
Motion.
Any, is there a second?
Second.
All right, so it was moved by Commissioner Powell, seconded by Commissioner Patterson. Any discussion on those resolutions, 720 through 724?
Yes.
All right, Vice President LeBron?
Yeah, sorry about that. So 721, and I want to also talk about 722. But 721, this is our, as we're having these conversations around continued safety, we continue to actually not invest in prevention and gang violence specialists, and that's just not something that is unique to Rcsd. That is also the city of Rochester. So at this point, I do feel very strongly that elected officials cannot say that they want to do something about the violence and are trying to only do it with 11 part-time people. That's never going to work. And so I just want us to consider how we increase this budget line so that we have our own pathways to peace and that these individuals are full-time and deployed at our schools, and that the city of Rochester steps up and makes them full-time on their end and they work hand in hand with our team. So I just had to say that I will be supporting this, but I am going to be pushing and asking for this community to also push on your elected officials that if they're serious about violence prevention, that they fund violence prevention versus being reactive and putting Black and brown bodies into the criminal justice system. So that's one. Two, for 722, this is another large consulting contract. This one is for $1 million. The administration today lifted and retracted a resolution that was close to $1 million. But, and let me just say this, I do not care that this is CRESA and ARP dollars. I think that there is a way to figure out how to funnel and tap into local organizations and local individuals to do some of this work. But to put $1 million for consultants to look at measurement, return, investment, and effectiveness of programs and initiatives funded through CRESA and ARP, that is something I can never support, and it's to provide analysis of problematic impact on academic, social, emotional growth and achievement and fiscal sustainability to inform program continuation and needs. And if we have to pay $1 million, I said this for the last consulting contract, if we have to pay $1 million as a district, then for a consulting firm, then I need to understand what we're paying $1.5 million for a chief, and I don't mean to put this on the chiefs. I'm saying as a SEG group, it costs this district $1.5 million a year. And if we're going to pay $1 million for a whole other entity, then I need to understand what the priorities of the SEG group are and what work they're doing that leads us to pay $1 million to an outside firm.
So thank you. I believe the question is, why do we have that amount that's been asked to be allocated towards program evaluation? And typically, the industry standard for grant evaluation is to spend between 1% to 3% of the project's overall allocation on program evaluation. So in this case, this contract is less than 1% of the entire project for CRESA and ARP. It is a program evaluation model that's being requested to support the evaluation of CRESA and ARP, and we are required to have an evaluative component. As I said, we are under spending in relation to the overall ratio that is typically the industry standard, and it is complemented by the fact that we are also building in internal capacity by building up a psychometric arm in the Office of Accountability. So we are also complementing the evaluation contract with 2 senior research analysts, 2 FTEs, and they are going to be also added to that amount of evaluation. That pushes us close to almost 1%, but not quite 1% of the grant. So there are certain expectations that we have to fulfill with our grant usage, and the evaluation of that is one of them. So that's why we have asked for the evaluators. It's part of also the long-term program evaluation model that we described as we started to plan out the ARP and CURSA money. We talked about that we were going to build up a psychometric arm in the Office of Accountability. Some are going to be able to do some of that qualitative analysis that we talked about would be internal, and we have the research the research analysts that we've brought on. We've sent them for training as well, so that we've built that capacity internally. But some of those large-scale research models that we need to have in order to prove the effectiveness of our spend and our use of the funds across the district, we needed a larger firm to help support that evaluation. And we built into our proposal way back when we were trying to ask for funds for ARP and CURSA that we wanted to have both internal evaluation and external complement to that. So you see that described in this Gibson contracting. We did an RFP, we went through the process where we went and we looked for somebody that could have the capacity to do this. But we're not just relying on an outside external evaluator to fund our program evaluation model. We're building internal capacity. We've brought on 4 senior research analysts, and we are doing both qualitative and quantitative analyses, and we're doing both small scale and large scale analyses. The larger scale analyses, we really need to have the complement of the power of a research evaluation firm, and that's what we described way back when we were starting to do this analysis. And lastly, the Council of Great City Schools, when they were helping to guide a lot of the larger districts, were using that also as a model that you want to get that high-powered evaluation modeling behind the ways that you're able to demonstrate that the money has been used effectively. Because of the size of this grant allocation that we got, we wanted to make sure that we did it right. We want to make sure that we are not just relying on an external evaluation for our usage of the funds, that we're also taking the opportunity to build that power and that expertise inside of our own department.
I just have to tell you, as someone who actually works for a public health organization that does data and has an internal analytics team for the 9 Finger Lakes region, we have 9 counties. We would never, I just can't, and we do large scale data reports and analytics around the entire health of the Finger Lakes. You're never going to convince me that it cost $1 million and that there were no local organizations, and we don't do this work, so let me be very clear. I'm not advocating for my organization. We are in the public health sector piece of this work. But you're not going to convince me that there were not other local areas of organizations that this money could also be kept locally. And as we move forward around ARP dollars, I do want us to be mindful of how we are spending ARP dollars and whether that's equitable for our community economically. And what I've been seeing so far is not, so I want to be real clear about that. But even if it's 1%, that does not justify for me that it's $1 million that's going to an outside agency, in addition to internally hiring people to do this work. So it's a no for me. I don't know how my colleagues are going to vote for this, but I will be looking to spend more time with this community to have greater understandings of how these things come up and why we should not be supporting these things. President Nelly, I do have one remark on 723,
Sure.
which is my hours. we are required to report our hours to the state. And I have not updated my hours in years and really lowballed myself. I do work more than 11.86 hours a week around RCSD-related matters. It's just that it does take time to like put your time card together for 3 months. And so I'm going to be voting yes tonight, but I will be coming back working with the general auditor to do an amendment on this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on Resolution 720 to 724? Commissioner Powell?
On the Gibson Consulting, I want to agree with Commissioner LeBron in one sense. These outside evaluators, it's a racket. It is, it's a racket. But the grants demand almost, I don't know specifically about ARP, but any grant you want to talk about, there's going to be a stipulation that there be an outside evaluator to ensure that and they'll sometimes give you the ability to use an inside administrator, right, and charge back some of your administrator time. It's a racket, but it's the game. We don't set the rules to the game. So I will be voting yes.
I'd like to make a comment. So for 722, that's a no for me. And then for 723, as I learned, because I don't think I represented myself on this properly, so I'll update that as well when that opportunity presents itself. But for 722, that's a no for me. Thank you.
Any other discussion on Resolution 720 to 724? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's aye for me, except for 722 is a nay.
All right, probably let's just do an individual roll call vote. So, Commissioner Malloy, what's your vote on Resolution 720 to 724?
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Simmons?
Oh, your mic is on.
I accept for the 722. 722 is a no.
All right, Vice President LeBron?
Yay for all the resolutions except nay for 722.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes, for everything except Resolution 22.
722? 722? You said, okay.
The one the Vice President said nay on.
Yep, all right. Commissioner Powell?
Yes to all.
All right, and I will do no to 722 and yes to 723 to 724.
722 does not pass, as there is only 2 votes on 722 at this time.
All right, and so the next item of the agenda is to discuss the first readings of a policy, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Powell.
Okay. As described in previous meetings, we're attempting to fast-track this particular policy so that it's in place for the start of the school year. We posted it as first reading today in hopes that anyone interested in giving us feedback would sign up on the speakers list. There were no speakers. Unless there are questions from my colleagues, there's no reason to go into the details of this policy. It was already discussed in the Policy Committee of the Whole. It will be on the next committee agenda, which is Finance, next week, and it will be as a second reading, and then it will be voted on on June 23rd, business meeting. But I will tell you, it is a graduation night, and although some board members may try to step into a graduation and then get right back to the board meeting, that is my son's graduation. Do not expect me back here.
Okay, thank you. So the next item of the agenda is adjournment. Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second? All those in favor? Aye. All right. Good night, everybody, and forgive me for my, mess-ups tonight. Just forgive me. No excuse, just forgive me. All right, thank you. Good night, everybody.